Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Sadly, we are missing one person. He's had to take tonight off because real life is a thing. And yeah, we appreciate people who take care of themselves. In the
Yes.
meantime, us three people will try not to cause too much chaos. And just generally, survive. Real quick, from left to right, Thomas, aka Blaine. Want to talk a little about yourself? Where can people find you? That sort of
Hello.
stuffs.
I am Blaine. I play Thomas O'Malley, the Just a Guy trademark.
Yes, just
You
a
can
guy.
find me at Gaming Blaine just about everywhere. I don't do much except yell in the comments about fanboying over my friends' characters.
Okay.
That's it. That's
That's it.
that's everything you need to know about
That's
me.
the thing. That's the thing. Feign, aka Vix.
You said left to right.
Oh,
I see
me?
you sitting there in the middle.
I'm just gonna leave myself to last because I'm special,
You are special, that is true. Okay. Best for last, I understand. Uh Hi, I'm Vex. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Vex Somniari. Currently I'm in this stream. I will be on another stream coming up. I don't know if I'm actually allowed to talk about that yet, but I won't give details. You will be able to find me somewhere else soon.
I mean, if it was the one that we spoke about last night on stream, it was on stream yesterday.
It's fine.
So...
It's fine. No one go looking. It's fine. No. You will be able to find me briefly on Dinner and a Game on Tuesday nights, starting I don't think this coming Tuesday, but I think next Tuesday.
Nice.
For a little mini Monster of the Week thing, while their main cast takes a little bit of a break. And then there's another stream that I know I can't talk about yet that I just got word that I got into yesterday, which I'm super stoked for. So yeah, you can find me around those places. It's Vex Omniari, Discord, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all of the lovely places. Oh, I use he they pronouns.
Nicole.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I am the one who will be, keeping things safe, sane, and happy for these lovely people. Also, Vix, whatever the thing is, congrats!
We don't know where the thing is that you can't speak about and the thing that you can't tell us that you're doing, but we're proud and excited for you.
It is certainly a thing you did. Good job.
We're proud of you doing of the things.
And we will support when it is public knowledge and no longer confidential blacklist.
Aggressively.
So aggressive. I will stalk the hell out of it.
You will have so much fun on Dinner and the Game and probably wherever Vex is going to end up. And B, I'm MiesterHypester. I exist. I also do currently 2 TTRPG streams on my Twitch, which is weird because I don't consider myself a TTRPG streamer, but apparently I am. I apparently stream more TTRPG than other people that I consider TTRPG streamers. So there is that. You can find me on all social media platforms as MiesterHypester. We've also just discussed this with the people on call with me today, that we are actually going to get character art of our characters, which is going to be great because the aesthetics. Yeah, I don't think I've missed any. Oh yes, Oliver, aka Dyson Autism, isn't here today, but we hope that he'll be back next week. Yeah, I think that's it.
Wahaha.
Wahaha. Nicole, would you like to take it away?
Okie dokie, on the last episode of Dragon Ball Z. The prince has officially been seated and accepted by the entire party. We met a whole host of city NPC vampires. Oliver done bitch slapped somebody so hard they met Jesus. And Vex has just been enjoying himself everywhere he can, getting involved in everything he can. Thomas has decided to, play a Game Boy while all this was going on. And our beautiful, wonderful Bellona, his name is known far and wide. The yodeling calls of Bellona that Oliver rang out.
What a way to be introduced to the gangrel primogen. And the prince. I don't need that.
He won't be forgotten.
Footage. I'll never. Which is exactly what she doesn't want, so that's great.
So, not much happened story-wise in the game, but we had some lovely expose of our characters and interactions and social adventures, which are just as equally important and exciting. You did find out a few things last week, that the Camarilla sent an envoy. Oliver, in fact, found out that it was an Archon. And that Archon has basically grabbed Oliver and disappeared for a while. You guys aren't sure where Oliver is, but he kind of sent a text to one of you going, listen, I'll see you by the house, got some stuff, bye. So theoretically he's safe. Thomas, I believe, made a roll and noticed that when the vampires were presented to the prince, there were 2 vampires in particular who kind of disappeared during the pledging. And we had a beautiful song after a very dodgy conversation between Feign and Rachel, who is the childer for the Toreador primogen. That good? So the last thing you heard, and it was mentioned to Bellona by her nemesis, is that there was a very prominent Malkavian who has been in the city for almost 2 centuries. Since Washington was founded, he has actually been around. And everyone, he is a bit of a recluse, but he does show up for important events. He did not show up, and he did not say the pledge. He was apparently supposed to be there, he just wasn't. His name is Mr. Adams. I'll tell you his first name in a second because I've forgotten again.
His name is absolutely Count Dracul.
He is not Count Dracul. He is not Count Dracul. His name is Dorian Adams, and he runs, his haven is Adams Castle. It is a beautiful, stately, man-made castle in the middle of the Maryland suburbs. But Dorian did not show up for the event. And take it away, guys. Who wants to go first? Okay, GM's choice. Bellona, let's go.
I think, but I was actually going to speak. Bellona is currently lounging on a couch with a glass of red, recovering from putting on blast. She's where are the other 2? Are they with Bellona?
I'm probably in the Lego play with my.
You probably were?
What?
Oh yeah. So every room that's not occupied by you guys is just a different hobby he's picked up over his time. Currently, he is in the Lego room playing with a Lego train set, like Gomez Adams.
Oh, are we home? Okay, cool. I think Bellona will. Where would she be? She'd be in the kitchen. Would Feign be there, or where would Feign be?
What time of night is it? Like how?
It will probably be just after the ball ended. So
yeah, after the princess pledges, the place emptied out pretty fast. I mean, Elysium is a little bit boring. Once the technicalities are done, 90% of the vampires have run their deals, have done what they need to do. They are out. Bjorn was like one of the first people out that door with his entire tribe. Everybody just went like, okay, bye. And we're going to go find something more fun to do in the city. I mean, we have forever, but at the same time, Jesus Christ.
I love how the Bruges are just like you know, the kids who are waiting for the bell to go in class. Just like, they're already packed and just waiting for the bell so they can up and out the door. Like,
They're just because I was a book nerd when I was younger. They just give me Dauntless vibes.
Interesting you say that. But moving on.
oh, okay. But yeah, no, where would Feign be?
Fane's probably peeling off the layers of outfit that they have put on, and they're getting into like their night clothes and stuff.
Just be like, against like his door. Like a knock knock knock.
Just a second before you answer. As you undo like buttons, when you reach the bottom of the buttons, there's always 1 or 2 buttons that are still buttoned at the top. No matter what you do. If there's a lace that you have untied, when you look away, it's retied.
Bellona, as you knock, you just hear from inside of the room the most exasperated you've ever heard this tiny creature sound.
She's just gonna like, if now is not a good time, I can come back later.
Oh no, you're fine. Give me 2 seconds. And Feign will diligently work to get the rest of the clothing on. It takes a little longer than you think it should. And then eventually Feign opens the door, now in a still ornate, like, sort of night dress looking thing.
For a second, Bellona, you think you hear like a snicker. And you walk through into the cold that is Fein's room. This is very cold for some reason. But you know, once you're in the room, it settles and it warms up a little. And that cold spot seems to be gone.
I appreciate that Feign is in this nighty, because Bellona, the instant that she was home, she was like, I'm in my bathrobe, I'm in my sleeping gown, I'm in my satin robes, I'm in my widow's fluffy coat. Like, no, I am out of this gown.
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille.
Throw me like one of your French girls. No, but like, yeah, she's also just in a completely different day aesthetic, also in a nightie. Feign, I want to pick your brain on something, if you don't mind.
I can certainly do my best.
Today, while we were at the seating, I spoke for a little bit with Pasha. She mentioned that, well, I'm sure you noticed as well, there was a certain primogen that was missing.
Not a primogen.
Sorry, not primogen, sorry.
The Malkavian primogen wasn't there, but he showed up on a laptop, which is kind of expected.
Okay, so what's he's
a prominent Malkavian. He is a known figure in the city. He's actually, his nickname is the Old Bat of among the vampires.
The Old Bat of Washington?
Yep.
Literally, his nickname is the Old Bat of Washington.
Well, maybe you didn't notice then, in that case. Seems like there was a certain Malkavian that was missing.
I didn't notice.
A certain... she would remember his name, I don't. Dorian Adams?
That kind of makes sense, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, listen. Weird people know weird people. We don't always make the most, correct choices.
Hey, Storyteller, we would know that Dorian would have showed up, though, right? It's weird that
Absolutely.
he didn't.
he always shows up for a summons. An invitation or a summons, he's guaranteed to show up. He considers it very bad manners not to. And it is a political thing that you show up when you are summoned. He doesn't come out for casual, hey, how you doing? But something like this, he would have been there. And he would have actually been there on time. He would have arrived with a bang. This is not a subtle man.
Count correctly.
Well, personally, I find it a little odd that he, of all people, did not show up. He does tend to bring a little pizzazz to proceedings.
I guess I just haven't been here long enough to pick up on those things quite yet.
Wow, you are quite young. I keep forgetting.
I've only been a vampire for about 2 years. And part of that time, I've not spent here. Fails like of like this little laugh, like a little shrug of like, I'm doing my best. And then, well, if it's unusual, why did you? Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Holy.
Hi.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Hi?
Freeze!
The thing is, I was like, oh, it's a raid, I'll get to it, I'll talk to them like in a second once we're done with this roleplay moment. And then Vex is like, whoa!
I was mid-sentence. I looked over. It was just one thing trailing into another. There was no stopping it.
I was like, welcome to the stream, guys. We're professionals. Thank you for the follow. This is session 3 of our Vampire the Masquerade games. We're a bunch of newbies, aside from our storyteller. But yeah, we're a bunch of role players, and if that's your vibe, definitely hang out. And thank you for the follow. It's very, very kind of you to support us like so. And thank you for thank you for making Vex break, because that's absolutely made my entire night.
Oh, look, shiny disorder.
Yes, also, guys, if you don't know Vancouver by night, there are absolutely brilliant people who do also Vampire the Masquerade. Definitely give them a follow. I've been following them for a while. Do guys.
So yes. So let's get back into it. Just for the raiders. Just so you know, this game's theme is politics and intrigue with what we do in the shadows and mummies. Anyway, back to your moment.
All right.
The old bat was not in Washington. Bellona's talking to you about it, and you were haven't been a vampire for long.
Feign will take a second, putting these together. Okay, so didn't show up. It tends to be a big deal. Why are you asking me?
I might have been around a lot longer than you, but sometimes I just need a sounding board to hear what things sound like and to know if I'm overthinking things, perhaps.
Perfect. I don't think at all. What do you need?
I don't believe that 1 second. But I do value your thoughts on things. If someone who usually shows up for these proceedings suddenly does not, and even the herald of the prince is concerned about it, would you think that something was afoot? Something maybe we should look into?
I definitely think something's happened. If it's completely out of their nature not to show up for an event, likely they were held up by something. Perhaps they've passed. Perhaps they got stuck out of town. Again, very unfamiliar with the one you're particularly talking about. But as for whether or not we should get involved, how much do you want to bet that that it's entwined with things we're already involved in? Speaking of, there are some things I'm gonna need to tell you later.
You just hear, like, as you say that, now it's Bellona's turn to, like, just
This is the bedroom of sighs.
the night of sighs and nighties. Is this something you would like to speak to me about alone, or perhaps with Thomas?
I was thinking we should probably grab Thomas. Thomas tends to be able to interpret when I talk about colors a little better than other people. I apparently have the tendency to confuse.
Colors?
Like that. All right. And Fane's gonna walk out of the room to go find Thomas.
Brilliant. Bellona's is gonna follow. If you ever look back, Bellona's just got this very, like, she looks like she's poised, but there is, like, a concerned quirk in her, like, beautiful slender eyebrow. She's like, okay, this new person, I don't know how I feel about them, but they're interesting. I do believe I saw him in that Lego room of his.
Lead the way. I don't think I actually know where that is.
She swishes away in front of him.
I don't think Fane knows much at all. Kind of in general. Anyway.
He's had a long night. It's fine. But eventually, you make your way down to the Lego room. Thomas has many rooms of many collections in your massive mansion next to a graveyard, and the doors are closed. I'm presuming, Thomas, because it's just out of habit.
Yeah, this is essentially his Gomez Adams train room. Like, when you open the door, he is literally in the process of ramming 2 Lego trains together filled with fireworks.
With what?
Fireworks.
Like firecrackers. Not big ones, right? He's not trying to burn his house down.
Sure, because that makes it better. They're small arson starters. It's fine.
Tiny red Romans. They just make a pop.
Oh, good lord. Bellona's just gonna be like, careful of the Legos underfoot. Depending on what we step on, it might really just hurt a little bit or explode. You never really know with Thomas.
Fine.
Hold on, I'm arguing.
What do I have
I'm trying to pull up the chat on your Twitch so that I
So Bellona.
What do I have to roll?
Bellona in this absolute pristine makeup of the evening, dark hair flowing over pale shoulders, satin gown with fluffy collar and ruffles, stalks into this train room of Lego toys. Behind her is Vex, who is in this nightgown, this Victorian waif of a child-sized person following her in. Vex, are you even carrying one of your...
Nicole,
Your audio.
Your audio just cut. Nicole, come back. Come back,
Can
Nicole.
you hear me?
Yes, now
Yes, now we can.
So following Bellona, there's Vex, and your childlike wave self wanders in to see these two trains careening around a corner at each other, and Thomas like this close to the edge, almost cackling with joy as the little tiny figurines inside, which are not made of plastic, I'm just putting that out there, climb at each other, smash, and there's this faint hint of flesh and blood in the air burning as the train pieces lie on the front of him in the table. Thomas.
Hello, you made it for the finale.
Boom.
Did you need something?
Beautifully done. Well, I suppose we're here because Feign wishes to speak to us about something. Colors?
Oh, you said, that's right. You said something about interesting colors and proceeded to not expand on that.
You're a little quiet for me, I'm sorry.
Hold on. That's fine. It's a new desk, so I have to find the sweet spot for the mic.
I must find the sweet spot of my furniture. I must Sheldon this room.
Is that better?
Much.
All right.
There's a sexy voice in my eardrums.
So you mentioned something about interesting colors, and that it is going to further complicate our lives. Is that it?
Yeah, and I think Bellona is also going to further complicate our lives. So I'm not the only one. That's why I brought Bellona with me. So
That part for the course.
yeah, I think Oliver's also going to complicate our lives, but I think he's recovering.
Send a text. He said he'll be back.
Yeah,
He'll be fine. If he can make Philip see God with slap, he'll be fine.
It was
That
quite
was
the
very
impressive slap.
Well, Philip is also a Bruja, so it's even more impressive.
It's quite
Because Philip's not
cathartic.
someone to sneeze at.
Honestly, I feel like perhaps I should set him off at certain people who annoy me, because it was quite cathartic to see it.
He doesn't think much before he talks. It's okay. He's working on it, I think. That's between him and Doc. That's between him and Doc Granger.
So Bellona came to me a little while ago, about one of the vampires who wasn't in attendance. I figured you would know more about this vampire than I did, which is why we brought you. And the other thing is, the colors. Bellona doesn't understand when I talk about the colors. So, when I was talking with Rachel, what I saw was bright, too bright in a lot of cases, and it fluctuated, but was never allowed to go too far. It was as though her emotions, especially the negative ones, were being tempered for her. Because I felt fear, I felt anxiety, and yet they were always pulled back in. It seemingly before she was allowed to truly feel them. And then when I touched her, there was these black tendrils. It felt sludge-like. And when I had my hand on her arm, it felt almost as though it was prickling me, kind of like not wholly dissimilar to the box.
And it was black.
So
Black.
this is
Black,
why.
black and sparkly.
I don't remember if it was anything outside of black. I remember the feel of it more than anything else.
Okay.
It was gross.
Now I understand why you
I
say that.
vaguely remember Grandpa talking about this. Nicole, do you want me to make a memory roll?
So you can do an intelligence roll to remember what he talked about, because this would have been a long time ago.
Yeah. 50 odd years ago.
If anyone has got vampire lore, you can have a roll of it as well.
He 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 he.
My aesthetic! I gotta go grab that.
I don't have vampire lore, unfortunately. I have vampire etiquette, which is not going to help me here.
It's
I
kind of,
do have.
even though it's a vampire thing, it's a little bit of a taboo thing.
Is there? Can I use my Toreador? Or does it need
No,
to be?
this wouldn't fit into Toreador lore.
Oh shit!
I have my aesthetic.
I hate this.
Also, Bellona was going to say something.
Oh yes. What was Bellona going to say? ADHD brain? Something Bellona-esque. I now understand why you say that we might already be entangled in the situation. If the feeling that you've gotten from this is similar to the box.
For Blaine, 2 successes. Sparkles is generally linked to magic. Something about magic in the blood. Something about the Fae. What's weird for you, though, is when she talks about black, you know exactly what having black in your means for a vampire. But you shouldn't be able to feel it. It shouldn't feel sludgy. It shouldn't feel prickly. It shouldn't have any feeling at all. It's just a spectrum of color. That it's also, it tends to blend in with the color. It's like tendril. So that's a bit strange.
So, assuming I remember correctly, this was 5 decades ago. Sparkles, bright colors, that sort of waving motion of some colors.
I'm
can
sorry,
be...
you're a little far away.
Yeah.
I think from the mic.
Sorry, Blaine.
And
I'm also struggling to hear you.
While you're fixing it, one thing you would know from what your grandfather warned you, don't drink changing blood. It is fuck off addictive for vampires.
Don't drink changing blood.
Yeah.
Hey, it's
Hey,
like
change
heroin. Is this better? I turned my input volume all the way up.
Yeah, that's better.
I think as long as
Alright.
you stay like a little bit closer, it should be fine.
Don't be comfortable. Don't lean back. Sit ramrod
Don't get
straight.
I'm bisexual. I've never sat straight in my life.
That's fair. I mean, right now I'm sitting cross-legged on a chair, so...
I'm also sitting cross-legged.
Hey!
I have one leg over the other right now.
Valid.
So, if I remember, and granted this was 50 years ago, that sort of pulsing of different colors is vaguely connected to Fae, Changeling. Not something I was super interested in. The other thing with the brightness, that's usually magic. May not be a mage, could be a sorcerer. a few things. Black is usually diablerie, which is a no-no here, unless it's sanctioned. But to my knowledge, it shouldn't have a physical sensation.
Unfortunate. Though not surprising. So
What
remember...
What was she talking about?
That's the other thing, and the other reason I think we're already mixed up in it. So remember when we were delivering the box and that one car was behind us and had the Egyptian hieroglyphics on it?
Yes.
So I managed to talk to her about this club she was going to, and she mentioned that it was ancient and fun and had an Egyptian vibe.
Brilliant.
And whenever I asked her further about it or asked for an invite, that's when the negative emotions spiked. But again, they were never allowed to take hold. Something always pulled them back in. And then you mentioned, looking over at Bellona, you mentioned one of the prominent vampires not showing up when he normally always would. And on top of that, nobody knows what really happened at the museum outside of us and, those present.
Right.
Well, and kind of Bjorn.
Just a reminder, you guys did see the news reports. Missing from the museum, there was a set of armor from ancient China, there was a missing sword from ancient Egypt, and there was a child's toy from an exhibit, the Egyptian exhibit that all went missing.
Feign doesn't watch the news. That would be up to someone else to.
Child's toy,
I think it was
2 times armor
and a sword.
So, yeah, Bellona is a fucking hermit, but keeps her fingers on the pulse when it comes to this sort of news. So she would absolutely know, I am going to eat that crocodile, Vex.
It's so cute. Don't eat crocodile, it tastes gross. Very fatty.
I like it. Tastes like chicken.
Chicken of the sea. But anyway.
It does. It's similar texture too.
Okay, so do you mention the Madback being missing?
Yes.
Feign just did.
What's his name again? Dorian Apple?
Adams.
Apple.
I don't know why I wanted to call him
Adam's
Dorian.
apple.
I was about to call him Applebee's. I don't know why. Anyway.
Applebee's.
This is how I know I've been hanging out with you Americans way too long. Thomas,
I have class, motherfucker. Anyway, continue.
Jelly beans. Thomas, you surely remember Dorian Adams?
The old dad.
Very aware of the fact he was not there tonight.
Oh yeah, you would have heard it. He's not exactly
subtle.
Low-key.
So for those who do know Dorian, Nicolas Cage's Dracula in the Reinfeld movie basically is what he looks like. He's got this black hair with a widow's peak, like slicked back to his hair, almost flat. He actually puts on stage makeup to be paler than most vampires with these red lips. He wears this collared cape that sticks up. He speaks in a terrible Hollywood Transylvanian accent. Not a real Transylvanian accent. And he does arrive with a bash. Like, there's a 40-50% chance he's going to arrive with a black carriage drawn by black horses. The man is not subtle. The man is not low-key. When he arrives, you know about it.
He was not there, and I've been made aware that the Herald has not been able to get in contact with him.
I can ask Dr. Ranger. See if he knows. He might not. That's the only contact I have that may know. I could ask my shrink. I do have a meeting I need to go to tonight. I don't know.
Hey, Storyteller.
We're gonna have to.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just wanted to double check. In the newspapers where it says the child's toy, the armor, and the swords had disappeared, did any of it mention that it might have been Greek in origin that had disappeared these items?
Nothing Greek had disappeared.
Okay.
There was, I think it's called a kopa or kopek, the curved Egyptian sword. One of those is missing. There was a set of armor from, I think it was the Qin dynasty in China.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a child's toy exhibit in the Egyptian section that was damaged, and some items are missing.
So the Qing Dynasty armor has disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
And what toy?
It was a column. It was like a child's little clay pillar, like the kind that would hold up temples. But it was a little child's toy. Imagine like a building block for ancient kids.
Do we know from where it originated from, or was it not mentioned?
Well, it was in the Egyptian exhibit.
Also Egyptian exhibit.
It was being shown as Egyptian toys, dated about 4,000 to 7,000 years old.
That's a lot of Egyptian stuff. Okay. Bella's gonna just seat herself somewhere that doesn't have Legos.
I forgot that's why we're talking.
The chairs are made of Legos.
I will fucking
The floor,
bite you.
Legos.
How dare
the
you?
ceiling, Legos.
Well, you better conjure up some sort of comfy cushion for me, because, like...
The cushions, Legos!
Oh, I hate this. Bellona's just going to lounge comfortably on... I refuse to lounge on a couch of fucking Legos. I have been reading on the news, and there was a mention the museum that we visited. There were a few items missing. Of them, at least 2 were of Egyptian origin. I do not think that this is a coincidence.
That doesn't happen with kids.
No, they don't. I did enlist Bjorn's help. We're going to be setting up a time and place to meet some point later.
He just told you come by the club.
Cool. If you guys remember any of the hieroglyphics we saw on the car, I remember some. I don't remember them all. I was wondering if we could put any details we could remember together about the car, about hieroglyphics, anything. And I could bring that information to Bjorn.
I will say I was quite impressed that you could remember anything in the state that you were.
So, the benefit of not being able to move my body at all means that I get to focus on anything else. Sadly. I may not move. I may not talk. I am aware of everything that happens. I am always watching.
I'm
Belona's not
always
laughing.
watching Zakowski.
I'm always watching Mike Wazowski.
That was not Bellona. um,
The sun is going to be rising in about half an hour.
fuck. Okay. She's gonna look at them and be like, I know perhaps you are not too familiar with Pasha, but since she is the one who has brought a few things to our attention, what are your thoughts on asking her for more information, perhaps?
I would not be opposed. We might want to be careful, however. She is very protective of Rachel. And as where we are starting to delve involves her.
I find with the more you care about someone, the more you tend to know about that person. And
Mhm.
I do think if we are to understand what we have found ourselves in, we need that knowledge.
I am not disagreeing with you. In fact, it's the contrary. I have agreed with you on this topic. I am just saying we need to approach it with discretion.
That's fair. I forget sometimes how young you are.
I am now curious as to why that's come up. But outside of that, I trust you, and I trust your judgment. I hope you can do the same. I don't think I've led you wrong just yet.
Y'all get bitchy when you're sleepy.
Oh yeah, like we're tired.
They're
we're
both
hangry.
tired. And then they're both tired, and then Bellona just called her a kid. And
Well,
so
she hasn't
now
actually
Fane's
called
like,
her a kid. She's just called her inexperienced.
I know. Fane has been insulted. Like, Fane goes from, like, being kind of, like, you know, chilling, talking about, like, stuff, to, and you notice this, there is a very obvious shift the second Bellona calls Fane young, points out their inexperience. They get colder. For a second, there's, rather than having, like, the normal, no thought behind those eyes, it becomes almost like a wall. They're glazed over. There's nothing left. They're gone. Bye.
Oh, Lord.
They're fine.
Hey,
When I was just turned. Wait, how old is Fane? Would I know? Like, when they were turned?
So Fane has talked about when they were turned. Fane was turned 2 years ago. Fane is, in total, including their vampire years, 23.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. When I was turned, and I was turned around the same age as you, I did not have the insight that you do, and it surprises me often. But I suppose times have changed, and humans grow up a lot faster now. Or perhaps I was simply too sheltered.
And perhaps you should not insult the things you might respect. It sends someone the wrong message about how you feel.
Was I saying something that was insulting?
It's
Thomas
less of
is
what
now
you said.
awkwardly fidgeting with Legos.
Just like...
dude, God is on your side of the table fidgeting with you.
You know very well that what you say and how you say it can change the meaning.
Well,
Context is very important.
Let me apologize and start again. I am far too used to keeping people at an arm's length. Words are the easiest way to do it. And I very reflexively use my words to keep people at arm's length. But if you do want the truth of how I feel about you, I think you are incredibly wise. You would not be the first person for me to reach out to if I did not think so. And I mean no insult in any word that I've said. Whether you believe it or not, that is up to you.
Excuse me.
This. I don't think you'd lie to me. Feign is going to reach in to their night dress because their night dress has pockets. Everything they have has pockets. They
Fuck yes!
will not make something that does not have pockets. I want to be very clear on this. The shit they make has a lot of pockets and like hidden pockets. Anyway, I'm gonna reach
Bellona
in.
doesn't have pockets, it's just because she doesn't carry anything with her.
I'm gonna reach out, and they're gonna hold something out for Bellona, and wait.
She will reach out a hand, just...
Feign will put something in her hand, hold their hand over it for a second, go. It's haunted, and we'll walk out.
What did you think?
Can I ask how many haunted things that they've given her at this point? Or is this the first one?
So they've given Bellona quite a few little trinkets, but every time up till this point, it's not haunted.
Brilliant.
This is the first haunted thing. And it's just like not everything like Feign says is haunted is like truly like haunted. It prickles them with like that weird vibe. So therefore,
It's
haunted. Yeah. It's just a fake little flower.
Is he still in the room?
First thing.
It's haunted. Left.
Alright, Bellona's gonna turn to Thomas with the little flower, smile, and go, I think they like me.
Well, they gave you a gift. That's, you know,
That
that is the thing that
The
happens.
face you made is everything.
Still fidgeting with his Legos.
Well, your internal vampire clock is telling you get away from curtains, away from windows. It's the day star is about to make its face known.
Yep.
So I presume everybody goes to where they settle for the evening.
Yes.
Yep. Feign left to sleep.
And when vampires sleep, they don't actually sleep. So they do dream sometimes, but you literally become the corpse you actually are. You don't rot and stuff, but the body is effectively dead because you don't breathe, your heart doesn't, you're just a body. Day passes, things happen in the day as they do at the morgue. You have some funerals coming in and out. A body or two gets dropped off for the morgue section. Ula takes care of that, and Sandy runs the show. And you wake up the next evening, bright and early. When you wake up, Thomas, you have given Toby a large amount of money to do very good things with your personal security. There is still a computer on your desk that is showing a black screen with a green sentence writing at the top. Thomas O'Malley, have you woken?
Is this how Toby and I normally communicate outside of
No, Toby talks to you very casually. Toby emails you. Toby might even hop onto back in the day IAM Instant Messenger.
Oh.
This is not normal. This is not even showing you a Windows screen. This is a black screen with a green writing at the top line. This looks like almost like coding text. Thomas O'Malley, have you awoken?
The computer's talking to you.
Awesome. First thing in the morning, talking to, I'm guessing, the Malkavian primitive.
Yes.
Yes. Good morning. Who
Good
am I
evening.
speaking to? Who am I speaking to? He suspects, but
You
like
just-
he's not.
It literally says, you've already answered that question.
He looks up directly at the camera.
That camera wasn't there when you went to bed. There is a camera attached to the top of your computer screen that was not there.
Oh my god.
Ooh, sorry, I got a bit loud.
Oh, I just. God, are you there? It's me, Thomas.
Not God.
God.
Got Levin.
Okay. It's a. Did you meet me? There's something. He's like he's typing like this because he's 80 years old.
Oh, baby.
Ula did his best, but like
No need
the
to
most.
type. I can see and hear you.
Oh, no.
What brings you here this evening?
Request.
As here as you normally get, I guess I should say.
Request.
Okay. What?
Prince suggested task investigate missing Malkavian.
Dorian?
Approved.
Okay. I will do what I can and follow up. I've got some people I could ask. I think I remember where his haven is. Maryland.
Literally a MapQuest map pops up on your screen, and in your office you can hear your printer start to print.
Thank you. Is there, sir, ma'am? He's never seen this person. This is
No
the
one
most
has.
interaction he's ever had.
No one
No, but
has.
like, even I'm telling you, even at meetings, he would not be interacting with this person. Jeffrey is his only Malkavian like regular contact. Okay.
Note, Oliver not return is safe. We'll keep eye on as payment.
Okay. Fair.
Accompanied companions? Question mark.
I'll ask them. If nothing else, I've got a couple of the guys.
The cursor blinks for a few seconds, and then the message pops up. Suggest accompany companions. Dorian home, protected.
Awesome. All right. Field trip.
Require car, require driver, question mark.
I'll require a driver. Yeah.
Driver deliver, 8 p.m.
Which means I've got about an hour to go meet Patrick. Okay. I will get everyone ready and follow up on that for you.
Driver arrival home or elsewhere.
She can be at home. I'll be back. It should be a pretty quick.
Approved. If location change, will adapt strategy.
Well, I'm sure you already have access to my phone, so
Confirm.
if you need me.
Temporary access. Confirm.
Yes. Okay.
The screen,
He's like-
the screen shakes for a moment, and then it goes back to your normal login screen.
Here we go.
The light on the
What just
camera
happened?
the light on the camera switches off.
Good morning.
I have not known peace in 2 years.
Connection to Fane's
Well,
timeline.
he'll get ready in exactly this, which Sandy has laid out for him. He'll message Patrick to confirm they're still meeting in their usual place. And then he'll go find the others, I guess. Have his morning cup of Folger's blood.
Deep red from downstairs.
I thought you were gonna say from down under.
Could be from down under onto certain bodies.
Wow, okay, cool. Let's continue.
Fane wakes up slowly, as per usual, but once Fane's like finally out of bed, he opts for an extravagant but more comfortable outfit this time.
There was a second as you were opening your eyes that you saw a face and a pair of eyes staring at you right here.
Good morning. Like, gets out of bed. There's like a little wave in its direction. Like, get dressed.
You get a
And then-
sense of irritated. You weren't scared.
And as they get like the feeling of irritation, they're gonna like turn over to him and just go and leave to go to the kitchen.
The door locks on you as you reach for the doorknob.
Wow.
Oh, good.
Fane's gonna. You hear so many sighs from that room on a regular basis.
I kind of headcanon that
Fane's-
their doors are like opposite each other of the corridor.
I was gonna say, Fane starts knocking on their own door. Thomas, Bellona, you unlock the door.
Would I even have the key to your door?
Fane
In the
had-
door, it's just on the wrong side of the door.
Oh god, okay.
So Fane also had multiple keys given out to people
okay.
because this happens so often.
Bellona's gonna Bellona's gonna crawl out of bed. She does not want to deal with this. Get to her door, stare incomprehensibly at the door across the corridor from hers, and the key on the other side, and the knocking.
Bellona.
She's just gonna like slowly drag herself across the corridor and unlock click the door, take the key out, open the door, give Fane the key. One day. And then just leaves it. Goes back to her. She's just too early in the night for her.
Fane's gonna like watch Bellona go and then turn and just go, I think she thinks I'm doing this. And then he's gonna walk down.
You hear this very slight, you hear this very soft, almost like wind-like.
Fane's like gonna head down to the kitchen.
Shit just keeps happening to his house, and he's like, okay, whatever. I have like 20 some odd rooms that are mine. Do whatever.
To
I
be
don't.
fair,
Stay out of my library.
to be fair, that the fact that Bellona hasn't moved her room and still stays where she is opposite Fane says a lot about how she feels about Fane.
Oh yeah.
Thomas's room is actually in the basement off the morgue, like where his office and library is.
I feel like Oliver's
So
room-
essentially,
I'll double check with Oliver, but I feel like Oliver's room is as far away from Bellona and Fane as possible.
But you have the typical morning. As you walk in, teacup gets handed. Silas is there with the wine glass. As Oliver walks in, his mug, Space Mortician, handed. and the newspapers and magazines that you all read for the are out. Silas is there. Silas is sorting out the kitchen stuff, and he carries on with his duties.
Good morning, Thomas.
Good morning.
Good evening.
What happened?
So, got a job from the Malkavian Primogen first thing. So, you know how you told me that Dorian was missing. That's our problem now.
Well, there you
So-
go, Bellona. We didn't have to decide.
I
Fane
would
over
just
to
like-
Bellona.
I would like you both to know that over her wine glass, this lady is staring at the both of you dead-eye. She's not happy with this. she knew that there was something that she had to do, that she probably had to do it, for the fact that now I have to do it. And the fucking Malkavian Primogen was the one who gave it to us to do. She's not happy. She doesn't like anything about this.
I have a meeting I have to get to with my cop, Patrick. Bellona would probably know him. Fane, you decide. Know him. He would have been here. Thomas has probably thrown like fundraisers for them. This specific one, he doesn't actually like the cops, but this one is his. So he's gonna get out. The car. Primogen's sending a car for us since Oliver's not here. At about 8. You guys have about, what would you say, Nicole? Probably about an hour and a half left.
Yeah, about an hour and a half.
So I've got to go meet him. I'll meet you guys back here for the car, and you'll be heading out to Dorian's castle, mansion, whatever. Bring your weapons, because apparently we need to do that.
Oh, sure.
I will leave the armory unlocked. Have
How
that.
are you getting to your cop?
I'll just call for cars for this. Nicole, what was his name? The Tremere that has like a car service? I need to call them. I have money.
Well, you're welcome to call the business, but you wouldn't call him directly.
Yeah.
You.
No, I have picked my people. He doesn't like the. He does like the exact opposite of most people playing the game. He likes the people that most people don't like Toby. He's not about it. What was it?
Look, it's pretty easy. You call them the car service. They send a town car because it's not a low class car service.
Yeah.
It's kind of like luxury cabs kind of vibe, and you generally meet him either in a McDonald's parking lot. There's a certain cafe you're meeting him sometimes, or there's a specific dock near the river that
He cut out.
you either meet him in like a McDonald's parking lot, or there's a dock by the river, or there's that you go and meet him sometimes, or you meet him in a certain cafe where you have a slice of pie. Well, he has.
I have pie, but I don't eat the pie.
Exactly.
I just like the way it smells.
Just like the
Let's
Virgo.
go with the cafe this time. I'll get a peach pie.
Okay. So you go and you meet him there.
Mhm.
He is at this point with a little bit of help. He's currently up for a promotion coming up soon. But he is a middle-aged guy. He's wearing a terrible Hawaiian shirt with like coconut trees all over it, a red Hawaiian shirt with coconut trees. He's got on slacks that have a little bit of a stain on them. he's starting to, he's not the run him down Dano kind of anymore. He's now a detective, a senior detective, and he's up for promotion to lieutenant. He's got black hair, but he's starting to pepper off, and he looks like he's mixed something. There's like a little bit of brownness to his skin. That he's not pure something. He's a little bit mixed.
Okay. And this is Patrick, right?
This is Patrick.
He's giving me Grandpa Max from Ben 10 vibes. The outfit. Patrick.
Hey, Thomas. You wanted to see me?
Yeah. And they're in a booth, like. Had some interesting run-ins.
Say again, I lost you.
I had some interesting run-ins the past few days, and I'm gonna need to know if you have any mechanics off duty you can put me in touch with to fix up my cars. I'm not a fan of getting shot at, as you know. There's a reason I employ you.
Yeah, I know a couple guys who used to work on some kill switches, some armor planing. They're retired now, but they'll pick up the phone for me.
And with your promotion, everything's going good. That was the only thing I needed, so he's just gonna shoot the shit with them for a couple minutes. What I do.
No, you shoot the shit. He talks to you a bit. There's a bit of a problem. People have been citing a man with wearing a bunny mask in some of the local national parks that are they're literally not the far away ones to the there's a couple of bodies that have been found. Vex's face. There's a couple of bodies that have been found in dumpsters over the last 3 weeks. They're not sure what's going on. They just keep finding these bodies in the dustbins. And, obviously the museum, what he does mention to you is got hushed up pretty fast. They got taken off the case. And they were told to close the books pretty damn fast.
Can you give me copies of those files? Obviously, you can't give me the original.
Well,
I'd be happy to look into it if it's concerning you.
I can get anything. I know everybody. Louis owes me some money from a poker game he never paid me up. I'll get you those.
You can send them over to Sandy.
Gotcha.
I'll take a look at them.
Gotcha.
Look at his watch. I have an engagement.
No problem.
Let me know.
Problem at all. And he reaches over and he takes your slice of pie and slides it to his side of the table before you even stood up. Like, he knows you never eat the pies. He will take care of that.
Oh, just get out my fucking thing.
Oh my gosh. It's amazing.
So yeah. And you head off. But he's going to put you in touch with someone to sort out the car. It'll take once you send the car, it'll take about 2 weeks or so. Because one guy is basically working in his personal garage.
I have a full garage.
Yeah, these guys are not going to work somewhere they don't know.
Oh, he doesn't want to come to the creepy brick by brick built mansion?
Yes.
Why not? It's so lovely there.
Yeah, the graveyard looks great this time of year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Should be good. No, that was all I needed from him.
Okay.
This time.
So when you get back to the house, it's about 9:00, and you guys are all hanging around, waiting for the car. At 9:00 precisely, you hear hooting outside on the street near the front gate. You look out the window. You see it literally is just it's a black sedan. It's nothing fancy, nothing special. There's somebody driving it, but he's wearing a hoodie over his head, and he's the windows are tinted, so you can't really see much about it. But once you look out to the window, the lights but they don't hoot again.
You're cutting out at very interesting parts of that, and I don't know why. Like, every now and then there would just be a word missing, and I'm like, what's happening?
So I just noticed that the USB wasn't completely in, so hopefully it...
Oh, brilliant.
But yeah, he's in a normal black sedan, the windows are tinted. There's someone in there, he's wearing a hood that's covering him pretty well. And the lights kind of flash. After he's hooted once, the lights flash, and then he doesn't hoot again. But the car is idling on the street by the gate. He doesn't get out of the car.
Just sort of like pulls the curtain aside with her finger, and I do believe our lift is here.
Okay.
Alright.
Everybody ready?
Now,
Ready as we can.
heading out the door with the various weapons that they have gathered.
37
It's all
knives.
knives. Yeah. It's all knives. There's so many knives. You can't see the knives. You know the knives are there.
Bellona's just gonna swoosh to the car in a dress, looking like she's not carrying anything as per usual.
Thomas
As you
still
approach,
has his
you hear-
knife and his gun.
As you approach, you hear
Almost never
the
touch.
click of the car unlocking, and one of the doors pops to let you in. It doesn't open; it just pops. And when you see this person, they kind of haunched a little bit on over the steering wheel. They've only opened the back door, haven't
Haven't what?
unlocked the front.
Ah. Takes a seat. Good evening.
Ian's also gonna head in and sit down and gargoyle.
Gargoyle.
It's time.
Straps them in.
Once Thomas
Thomas
is
will
in,
get in. Window
Once
seat.
yeah. Once Thomas is in, closes the door, locks, pulls away from the curb, starts heading to the Maryland suburbs. Not too far from where you are. It's one of the older neighborhoods. Very nice. It's one of those neighborhoods where it's not so much houses as manors, with these massive, massive yards. Like the kind of thing where it takes a minute or two to drive. You don't see a lot of the houses for hedges and trees and privacy screen things. On the drive there, the guy doesn't speak. You can hear a vague sounds as he moves around. He's silent, but he's not really making an effort to communicate with any of you. Do you want to say or do anything, or?
Oh no, she's quite happy to sit in absolute fucking silence.
Gargoyle.
I'm quiet, but staring at them
Okay. They
unblinkingly.
they never make eye contact with you. They never even look in the rearview mirror too. They don't lift their head. They are kind of like this over the steering wheel the entire drive.
Well, that seems safe.
No, they can see. The hoodie is pulled down, so as long as they don't look up, you kind of just see the bottom of their face.
Can we tell anything from the bottom of their face?
It's a guy. That's pretty much it.
Can't tell if it's one of us?
It might be.
Do we hear a heartbeat?
So you do, but there's something. Thomas, you're a doctor. This
Yep.
is like the kind of heartbeat you would expect to hear in a lecture.
In a what?
No.
A lecture. It doesn't accelerate. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't change in any way at any point. It is insanely steady.
The man has a pacemaker.
It's not an older guy. The face that you can see doesn't show any signs of wrinkles. Clean shaven. Just, yeah.
No, I was just more making the fact that, like, the man has, like, a robot for a heart.
Okay. Anything else?
At least not from Bellona's point.
Okay. When you get to the address that is on the map, this person pulls off and the doors pop open again for you guys to get out. And the moment you are out of the cars, the doors pull themselves in, lock, and the car starts pulling away.
She does murmur thank you as she gets out. You know, she's not just gonna like.
They don't talk to you, but they kind of.
Mhm.
On the passenger window, and
They don't wave back.
They don't wave back.
that's not what I'm trying to do. Does the heartbeat change at all when I knock really loudly?
Nothing changes.
Interesting.
Like, this is, you could play the drums by this heartbeat. This is a metronome.
Love that.
By this heartbeat is the sentence.
Okay, so you get out of the car, you look. There are these massive cobblestone walls. There's this grayish black rock. Each piece is about that big. And it goes up about 10 feet. It is huge. There's ivy clinging and looping over it. Some places you don't actually see the stone. It looks almost hedge-like. There's a wrought iron gate. It is not rusty, but it is imposing. It is spikes and lattices and trellises. And the pattern on the front of the gate makes this massive D and A. There's a plaque with the house number and street number and Adam's Castle written in the plaque. And you can see through this gate, this winding through trees over wild grass and bushes. It almost looks like there's a tiny forest behind these walls. In the distance, you can see a small light that you presume is the house, but this is deep in. This is one of the oldest estates in the city.
Fane's gonna look over at Thomas and very unhappily is just, I feel like we've been in a situation similar to this before. I'm just happy that it's, different this time around. We don't have to contend with a killer. Probably.
Is there something you would like to inform me about? Just kind of looking between the two of you. So I don't think she knows.
No, it's probably fine. I'm sure I'll have more information in a couple minutes. It was the first job I took Amorette. And he will say Amorette because that is
That was
the presentation from that day. Yeah.
Fanel, we had 2 separate missions in the same place, and let's just say the scenery was rather similar to where we are now. I'm just glad that one key killer element is missing.
I see it left quite the impression on you both.
Well,
I killed for the first time that night.
fun.
Congratulations.
Don't congratulate me for that. Ever. It won't be happening again.
No.
Can we go?
They're so different. So different.
When you get to the gate, you notice that there is a little guardhouse built into the side next to the gate, but it's dark inside. You can't see what's happening. The gate itself is closed.
The doorbell?
Not that you can
Call
see.
button?
Not that you can see.
I knock.
Oh.
This is the kind of neighborhood where if you were to go inside, you would talk to the guard and the guard to the house.
Oh. And there's no guard in the guardhouse?
Well, you can't see. The guardhouse is dark.
Oh.
I'm gonna go open the door. Or knock on where one would normally.
Knock, yeah.
The window where you would normally knock is smashed, and there is a very strong smell of blood.
Oh.
Fane's gonna look over and go, God damn it, Thomas! Every
As
time!
if I'm any more excited about this than you. Do you think I wanted to do anything other than Legos or Gundams today? No.
It's not your fault. You just... Every time.
While they're discussing this, can Bellona go see if the door's unlocked?
Oh, the door is unlocked. The door was kicked in.
Oh, she's going in.
There, body.
Mhm.
Excuse me. Mr.
Hey.
Asses.
This body has been shot 3 or 4 times. There are some big holes, and this body is lying like at a very clear angle of. It's bloated. It's at least 2 or 3 days old, and it smells rancid. But the blood is everywhere. It's almost as if you took the blood and painted it.
Is the body facing upwards?
Oh yeah, you can see the face.
Is it who we're looking for? No.
No, this is definitely not Dorian. This guy's in a security uniform. There's a coffee cup on the table that's still. This was just a guy.
I'm gonna crouch down and like close his eyelids. Can I tell anything from the gunshot wounds? Like, was this
Do you
person
have-
taken by surprise? Like,
Do you
was
have
it...
a medical background?
I do.
You can
One
roll the
second.
intelligence investigation.
I need more dice. Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Intelligence investigation. Thomas, I'll let you add your medicine to that, so you just do 1 roll.
Okay.
What's Feign doing?
Not looking at it.
Oh, baby.
Where is Feign looking?
Literally anywhere and everywhere else. Fane is taking it upon himself to keep watch while they...
Okay. Feign can also roll me a perception check.
What's the difficulty level?
7.
That would be 3 successes.
Okay, and 4 for Thomas. For you, what it looks like is that this guy was heading in. He has a lot of lividity on his back.
You're cutting... you
Yeah,
cut
you
out entirely.
I did not hear what you said.
What is going on with my...
I don't know. It's just really bad today.
I'm gonna try and move the wires. Give me a second.
Okay. In the meantime, we set the Addams family house on fire. Wahahaha.
Oh,
With Lego explosives. Wahahaha.
I got no successes and a 1 on my
Oh,
perception, so...
No. And so we get killed by a T-Rex. It's all good. Mhm.
My only
So,
thought is
what-
that the wire keeps moving because it was tangled with the headphones. So I'm hoping that
Ah.
helps.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like for Bellona, what you look at is you're looking at, and it almost looks like this guy was heading for the door when it got kicked in and he got or knocked backwards, and then shot. What you do pick up though is that one of the bullets that came through the window is lodged on the other side of the wall. So the bullet is in the wall. It didn't. The bullet that came through the window that Feign saw did not actually hit him. So there's at least 2 angles he was shot at.
It's 2 people. Okay.
For you, Thomas, what you pick up is very much he was shot 3 or 4 times, and then he didn't die instantly. Torso shots, especially the ones that killed him. There's nothing. It hit his heart, possibly hit his lungs. The amount of blood out definitely hit him in the gut. But you notice that there were signs of torture as well, because most of his lividity is on his back because he was lying on his back. But there are very clear lividity. Might be bruises that happened just before he died, and this guy's body is tense, his hands are fucked up. Somebody snapped at least 3 fingers.
Sheesh.
Can you check your Discord settings, Nicole, to see if
Mhm.
maybe like
It is
the
still,
noise suppression
yeah,
is fucking because
eating some of your words. Or maybe check your microphone input.
usually more often than not I found it to be Discord, especially since didn't you reset your computer?
Yeah,
Did
that's fair.
Yeah.
okay, let me check here. Where do I go for this? Voice and
Settings.
audio.
Yeah.
Yep. So you'll see automatically determine input sensitivity. Is that off or on?
It was on.
Okay, so definitely have that off.
Okay,
That should help.
I put it off now.
Perfect.
Okay. And so did you hear what I said about the lividity?
Torture. Broken fingers.
Yeah, you can see he was choked. You can see 2 or 3 fingers broken. He's got bruising in the front where you can see part of his shirts are torn. If you look around, you will see that there is 1 or 2 footprints in the blood, as if someone had been standing there while the blood was pooling. Vex, did you get any successes?
I rolled a 2 and a 1.
Oh, 1 success. There's
What?
something. There's something.
None.
Well,
No.
What- no,
One,
no.
not one success.
oh,
Like I rolled a
one on
1
the
and a
dice.
2 as numbers.
as you are looking around, trying to stay very distracted from everything that you see, across the road, hanging from the neighbor's gate, there is a skinned bunny.
What?
In like 3 seconds flat, Feign has gone from where he is standing to literally clinging onto Thomas's arm. Wherever Thomas is, even if that's with the body. Like, if that is in with the body, eyes are closed. Decision has been made.
What's wrong?
Remember when I said how the vibe is really similar from where we were last time? It just got a whole lot more similar.
Look around. Look through the broken window.
It's not silent. You can hear some rustling. You can hear the odd night noise. You can hear some cars in the distance.
Do I see anything that may have upset them? They didn't tell me exactly what happened, so now he's like, what the fuck?
It's the street.
Can Bellona go to the door and have a see? Like, was there maybe someone or something that had?
You don't
made
really
Feign
see much.
uncomfortable?
You don't really see anything.
Okay, well, let's take some pictures and get into the building, if we can. I don't know what the fuck you just saw, but I don't want to be out here right now. So, we'll snap a couple pictures of the current. No, he's not.
I don't see it.
Not.
You don't. That's
see
Feign
anything.
asking, like, both of you. After, like, Feign will, like, keep himself contained long enough to let you get the pictures. And then as he, like, pulls you guys out, he's gonna try to look where he saw it.
Feign, there's nothing there.
There's a bunch of shadows, but you don't see anything there exactly.
It's gone.
Feign, are you alright?
What is gone? The
There
car?
was- No, there was... hanging, there was a rabbit. It was skinned. It was right there.
A rabbit or the rabbit?
No, just a rabbit. It was hanging.
I would like to go to the place that Feign is pointing to and have a look.
There's nothing there. It's a gate.
Just
The
goes
guy in
around.
the guy in that guardhouse is dozing in his chair. He doesn't seem to be reacting to much.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's a dead person over there with shootings, and this person is asleep?
Well, it's not close by. It's like, remember, these estates are big.
Alright.
So it's about like 20,
Oh,
30
it's a
meters
separate
down.
entrance.
It's a
Okay.
completely separate house. It's across the street and a little bit down.
Feign, there's
Okay, well,
nothing here.
I'm gonna start looking around for the button to open the damn gate.
You can see the button.
So the person who's dozing on the other side is part of the same estate?
No,
Completely
it's a different house.
Different
Okay.
house.
Okay, cool.
You find the button. There's a key in it. There's a little bit of blood splashed on it. Turn the key, push the button. You hear the motor. You hear the motor activate, but the gate doesn't open.
Is this a barred gate?
Nope.
What type of gate is it?
It's a massive wrought iron gate that swings open.
Okay, so it is. There are like.
Oh
the
yeah,
bars.
bars. Yeah, I misheard you. Sorry.
Cool.
It is a
You're
bar.
totally fine. How? Why?
You go over to look at the gate.
Yeah.
Where the gate meets, it's actually gapped as if something forced the gate. So it's no longer on the railing. So when the motor activates, the railings are pulling, but it's no longer on the railing. So the gate isn't moving, but it's ajar like something forced it in.
Can I slip in?
Yeah. A push and you can get in because the gate has
Yep.
already been fucked up.
Fane's just gonna open the gate and walk in. Hey guys. It's open. Kind of.
No?
That really is
Not a great
quite
sign.
concerning.
I'll take a couple pictures of the gate.
Okay, so there's a winding path that goes up to, it actually goes a little bit uphill and around a little bit of the trees, but you can see that a little way up there is this massive house. And when you see it, it's actually silhouetted like a castle. There are turrets. It like has little towers on the four corners. It is quite large. It is a little castle.
Keeping an eye out and heading up. All we can do is look around and go in.
I guess.
You head on up, and as you get close, you see it looks like a beat up old second-hand Jeep, a powder blue Jeep with no roof. It has smashed into a couple of trees, and it was on fire at some point, but the fires died out. Like the seats were on fire, the car itself didn't burn too badly. The driver is dead, leaning forward across the steering wheel.
Take a little picture. He's just gonna keep snapping pictures of all shit. He is not
Yeah.
getting flanked for this.
Gonna head up to the door, see if they'll open.
You head up further, you get to where the main castle is. The doors look like someone tried to force these. They did not open. You do see a pile of ash near the base of the door.
Oh. I
Vaguely
wonder
in the
who that
shape
was,
of-
and if I knew them.
Would you say this ash would be about the size and weight of a vampire, perhaps?
It very much would be about the size and weight of a vampire.
Brilliant. Love that. That's great. I want to go home.
Where does your clothes go?
The door doesn't open, but there is a bell.
A doorbell or like a doorbell?
Like you pull the string and there's something makes a massive chime.
Of course. Why did
I'm
I
now
ask?
thinking- I'm now thinking about that one scene in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed.
Where
You
are
remind me
you?
You remind me of the man.
Just
The
gonna
Mormons.
glance at the bell and be like, suppose the polite thing to do is announce our presence.
I'm gonna stand out of the blast radius.
Well, I would rather ring the bell and shoot someone who shouldn't be here than go in here and the old dad rip our fucking heads off. So I'm gonna ring the bell.
So you ring the bell and there's no noise for a minute or two. And then you hear scurrying behind the door. And you hear latch, 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 latch. And a little eyepiece opens up. Yes.
Hello.
We're looking
here.
for Dorian Adams.
Faith indisposed.
Is this fucking Igor?
We were sent to check on him.
Sent you say? Who sent you?
His primogen.
Do you know the password?
Looks at Thomas.
Do I?
Was there a password, Thomas?
Was
You were
there
the
a
one-
password?
You were the one who was in thingy with the primogens.
All right, let's roll a memory check. Because I don't have one.
Can I just try to guess password? Can I roll stupidity to
Oh
guess
my
what do I roll?
I roll stupidity.
I have 3 on my memory check,
There is
so I
no
hope that's
pass-
enough.
The primogen did not mention a password. At no point was a password mentioned.
The eyeballs.
What's the
I
password?
wasn't given one, but based off
Think.
of Dorian, I'm gonna say
I think Slam's
down with Van Helsing.
That was last year's password.
That was last year's password.
What do I roll for dumb luck?
Hey, Storyteller, can I try
trying to
texting
think.
someone? I'd like to call a friend.
We could probably make it an persuasion. Let's go with persuasion manipulation.
Okay. I'm not bad at that, actually.
I don't have that, but I do have empathy and expression.
Persuasion expression would
doesn't
act.
exist.
Charisma. It's charisma. Excuse me. Charisma. Let's make it a charisma. What did you just say, Blaine?
Expression and
Expression.
empathy.
Yeah. Let's go with charisma and expression.
Okay, so that's
Think.
Oh, I guess we're good.
What? I had 2, but I also got a 1, so.
7.
Oh wow. You may take a guess, Vex.
Yo.
Hold on. I gotta get my.
Your guess will probably work.
Faye's gonna step up for a second. Kind of think. And then is the password
The eye thing is closed again.
gonna knock? Like
Think. Yeah.
is the password old vampire fashion rules?
Yes. You must be a friend of the master.
I love, like, Bellona's probably, when Feign say that, Bellona's, like, has, like, a what the fuck look, like, no way that could be that. And then, yeah, and Bellona's going like, wait, seriously? Just...
And you hear more click, 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 something like gears will go and whirls and things and click, 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 and then the doors swing open with an ominous creak. If anyone notices, there's a tiny speaker at the top of one of the doors. The door swings open with an ominous creak, and standing there in like an old surf coat and pants is this like hunchback with a shoulder up and the hunch on his back. He's got one big eye, one small eye, and he's like, "Yeah, please come in."
Thank you. And Faye's gonna look over at Bellona and just...
Feign, dearest, you have the look of the gods.
It's all the no thinking. And then Feign is gonna walk in. The less I think, the more I accomplish.
Feign and Thomas can each do me a perception check because of their specific specialities.
Could I?
Not 6,
Bellona.
3.
That hunch looks a little bit squishier than a normal hunch should look. A normal hunch should look solid. This looks like cushiony.
Did it also happen to change sides? Is he actually Igor and not Igor?
Well, the way he's holding his weight is definitely not what he should be holding for a medical professional notice with a hunch where it is. Feign, what did you get?
No successes, but no ones.
Okay, then you're fine. You don't notice any.
No.
But yeah, and you notice every now and then it's like the limp swaps foot. The master will be so happy that he has guests when he becomes available. But how can I help you? Would you like to come into the parlor?
Sure.
He's like,
It's your... he definitely would have seen young Frankenstein.
yes.
Lead the way, Igor.
Igor, sir. And he like hobble. That definitely, that limp is swapping foot every other step. Like the level of his hunching also shifts depending. If he talks to you, it seems more hunch. As he walks, he straightens a little bit as he goes. When you get to the parlor, the doors swing open and there's this beautiful long dining room table with wine goblets everywhere. There are figures mounted on the walls. There is this massive painting of this austere man in Transylvanian soldier's outfit with a saber in his hand, and the background is fire and death and blood. And on 3 chase lounges are 3 beautiful women lounging in a way that Bellona is very familiar with. There's a blonde, there's a brunette, and a redhead on 3 separate lounges, seeming to enjoying themselves. They look at you and then they carry on staring languidly out the windows. Would you like a drink? I'm sure the master wouldn't mind.
I'm somehow offended by all of this.
You know, I just had my morning deep breath. I'm pretty, actually out of character. I need to fill my blood points. I forgot to do that after session 1.
And for you, young master. He's looking you in the eye. He's also about 4 or 5 foot.
Ben's like, no thank you, but I appreciate it.
And for you, madam.
I'm quite alright, thank you.
Excuse me, I need to relock the front door. We've had unpleasant visitors and solicitors.
Before you go, Igor, you might want to know that your, I do believe, what do they call them, security guard, has met quite the violent end.
Oh, yes, we're aware. We're waiting for the master to tell us what he would like done with him. It's a little bit of a mess. We don't want to get the authorities involved quite yet.
No, they do tend to be rather nosy.
Please excuse me. I'll be right back. Hubble, hubble, hubble. If anyone's watching, as he walks out the door, he kind of straightens and walks normally, and he goes back to the door, closes, and starts lock, 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 lock.
That's amazing. Did either of you notice the direction of those bullets?
Mhm.
Seems to be more than one assailant.
Well, I suppose we'll get some answers shortly.
As you're waiting, the blonde kind of looks at you guys and goes, well, there were about 8 that we saw.
8.
Yeah, give or take. We went upstairs when everything started. There's a safe room.
Have you seen, the Lord of the House since?
Count Adams went downstairs. And the redhead kind of like stretches like he hasn't been up for a few days. All 3 of these have heartbeats. These are humans. And you do notice that there are old bite wounds here and there. Especially on the wrist and on the neck.
Do they seem out of it or just lethargic and sleepy? Or they
They
Like
actually look
bloodlust.
they look like they're putting on a show.
okay. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know we were in Hollywood.
All of them are in these drapey, wispy dresses from the Dracula times, literally. They are the brides of Dracula kind of vibe, 100%.
Oh my gosh.
And all of them are young, all of them are beautiful. They're all about university age, college age.
I think we might need to go downstairs.
Oh, you'll
Sorry.
have to talk to Igor about that.
Sorry, my brain just, as you say that, my brain just starts playing the song from ABBA. Does your mother know you're out?
Please tell me you say that.
No, she does not.
You'll have to talk to Igor about that.
Okay. And Fane's, gonna look him over. Uninterested. Gonna leave. Going to find Igor.
All 3 of them stand up and their gowns are on the floor and they almost seem to float out of the room. But if you listen carefully, you hear that they're just walking really small steps. And you thought Toreadors were the only ones with aesthetic.
Ooh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Vampires. Every vampire is an aesthetic, whether or not they'll admit it.
Every
But-
vampire's a fucking drama queen.
Bellona's taking a
Exactly.
seat and lounging properly. This is how you fucking do it.
Lounging lessons.
Yes.
There are comfy cushions. It is lounging paradise. This is what they do. And all 3 of them waft away upstairs. You do see there's a chemistry book tucked under one of the cushions where the brunette had been
God.
sitting.
That's amazing. I'm gonna open and look through it and be very confused by all of it. It's gonna be great.
It's got some handwritten notes. There's study notes in the margins. You see the name on the front is Marsha Graham. It's a recent edition.
I'm gonna look over Bellona's shoulder and pull out a red pen and start correcting it.
Oh my god. This is amazing.
After a second or two, you hear pat on the stairs and walks in, sees you, grabs it out of your hand, and is like, "Do you mind? I've got classes tomorrow. I mean, we have to adjourn to the parlor." And walks off.
You hear the felt tip pen squeak off.
Just like The actual vampires are just kind of scribble in your chemistry book while you play vampire. Beautiful.
Hey, some people strip, some people do this. So you got to put yourself through college somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those notes are gonna help. Thomas is the smartest person Bellona knows, so.
Thank you for your
He's really smart. He just does not have an attention span.
Wait, wrong eye. Wrong eye was big. Yeah, actually, the eye does change. There was this eye that was big before, now it's this one. Thank you for your patience. I see that the bride have retired for the evening. How can I help you?
We need to go downstairs.
How do you know about downstairs? You've never been here before.
Points with the direction where the brides left.
Jesus fucking Christ, they've got big mouths. Oh my god. Listen, can I just drop the show for a little while? And he literally stands up straight. He pulls his face back to normal muscles. He's like, look, I do it for the boss, but can we just be straight up for a second? What exactly do you guys want? I'm not supposed to let anyone down there.
We think he's dead.
We're here to do a wellness check. The Primogen was concerned because normally Dorian is at every summons and very obvious about it.
And he has a moment once you say the prince, and he's like, "Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize." And he sort of bows to each of you. It's a very formal bow, and Bellona, you'll notice it is a proper bow. It is not somebody playing at bowing. It is a proper court bow. Excuse me, I didn't realize. I am Count Adam's ghoul. You may call me Igor.
Pleasure.
The Count is probably not dead. I am very sure he's just detained.
I'm sure you understand we can't simply leave with just a word.
It's not entirely safe to go downstairs.
What happens downstairs?
All of us are like, why?
Well,
we had some.
Igor,
yes, sir.
Does this have to do with the very obvious and violent fight out front?
Oh no!
Is he okay?
Oh no! I went out and sorted that out. That was fine. But a few of them did get in through the back. The front assault was just a decoy, and unfortunately, they did get downstairs, and Sir went to deal with them. The downstairs is rather specifically built. It is a labyrinthine, Transylvanian-themed place with traps and dangers and difficulties, with a little bit of a modern touch here and there. It's really not safe if you don't know what to do and where to go. And Sir is the only one who is fully familiar with it.
You're gonna look at the other two, feel like.
We don't have a choice. I'd like to think that we do, but I feel like I'm very aware of the fact that we don't.
I understand. I would very much appreciate then if you could just write a note saying you went down of your own free will in case others come to inquire.
He'll just flick the camera into recording mode. Set it up on the. I assume there's a bar.
As soon as he sees the camera, he's like, "Oh." The master is still downstairs. I'm sure he's fine. But if you would just say you are going of your own accord, we will be able to send you down as safely as possible.
No. Got the job to do, so I don't see as I have much choice. So yes, I will go down of my own free will. Stop the recording.
I'll put mine in
Warn a
writing.
guy next time. He brings you a little logbook that you can a guest book that you can sign.
Guy next time. I love him so much.
I adore him.
I want pictures of Igor, just so you know.
Yes.
I want to know what he looks like.
That taking pictures of people actually requires. Hold on.
I actually don't. I
It's
don't know.
specialty.
Go for it.
All right.
I don't know what nationality Igor is. I didn't decide. He was just Igor to me.
You decide now.
Also
No.
just be evil.
On the spot.
Hold on. Random race. Random nationality. That's slightly less racist. Random nationality generator. Hey, there is.
All right, Igor. Strike a pose. I got a 2, by the way, so it's like average. He is not doing well with his photography.
Okay, Igor is Bulgarian.
We have a Bulgarian Igor, guys.
Okay.
Accurate.
So yeah, pale skin, dark hair. I'm not actually sure what defines Bulgarian features. I'll have to look into that.
Fane's gonna write, and it's not just gonna be this little, like, yes, I'm going down my own free will. It's this full, I, Amorette Feign, am going down of my own free will. I understand the dangers, and I do not sanction any retributive action based on my potential demise.
Okay, number one, Bulgarians are actually kind of pretty.
Kinda?
Very pretty.
Yeah.
They're like halfway between white looking and Arab looking from the ones I've seen.
Look in the Discord real quick. The one with Vampire the Masquerade Endless Nights.
Yeah.
In Hypehaven. Look what I just posted.
I'm going there now.
What? Oh.
That's
They are pretty. So when he his face,
when
he's not as pretty as that, but he's actually a fairly good-looking dude. Strong features, very sharp chiseled cheekbones, dark hair. He looks like mid to late 20s, but he is a guy very confident once he talks to you normally. He's a ghoul, so there's no telling how old he is.
Thane will hand over
Igor?
the
I just saw the picture.
Thane will hand over the very explicit note to Igor and just go, just give them that. Actually, if anyone comes, don't give them that. Leave it out and don't involve yourself until later.
Oh, don't worry. I know exactly how to deal with angry vampires. I mean, of course, yes.
Good.
Sorry.
Bellona's just gonna be like, in the case of Feign, you might have to deal with the Bruja.
Don't be home, guard, or be in the safe room.
Yeah, but we mean like all of them.
Wait, what?
Bellona's gonna tap like his shoulder and be like, when I say the Bruja, I mean the primogen of the Bruja.
Maybe you should just wait a few days. He'll come back. He'll be fine. He's always fine. Sometimes, it takes him a while.
So you don't understand. I am between the Bruja primogen right now and the Malkavian primogen right now. I don't have a choice. The prince is also kind of like Lumen back there. I have to go into this basement
I have to go.
He leans away from Feign as you are talking because you just mentioned 3 very powerful individuals that he does not want to be in the sights for.
And Feign is like, yeah, that feeling you
The-
have, that's the feeling I have. I need to be in your basement.
Yeah. Try waking up to that, okay? It was not a good night for me, okay? I trust me. If I did not have to go into the basement, I would. But you know,
None of us would.
Was it your cell phone or was it your computer?
computer.
Yes.
Although I'm, you know,
Did you have a webcam or did you find one?
I didn't have one. It was just there.
Slivin?
So I guess I have one now.
Slevin does that sort of thing. He when he wants to get to you, he's gonna get to you.
I guess I have one now.
So yeah, just leave the note if I die.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Look, just do me a favor. When you do find Sir, don't mention. You know,
Dracula.
no, just the look. He's a really good boss, and he's a great guy. He just has his ways, and he likes us to fit into those ways for him to stay functional.
I have no problem with his coping mechanisms.
So if you
Like,
can
I
mention
haven't
that,
seen weirder stuff at the hospital.
so if you could just not mention me being normal, that would be great.
It's a pity. You look
What's
good
a
as
pity?
you are.
And he
Can I
kind of
say
looks in a
something
mirror,
weird?
and he looks back at you, and he's like, "This thing? Oh God, no! It's the real me."
Beautiful.
And he walks. He basically leads you guys to a staircase, and there's already damage on the door there. It is closer to the back of the house, and he swings it open, and there is this pitch black stone staircase going down under the house.
Before we go in, Feign is going to send 3 texts, and I will message you what those are. Yeah.
We have a texting channel for those. You can read private threads.
Actually, you know what? I also sent one text, but like just the one. And it's hard for Bellona. Bellona does not know how things work.
Just before you go down, he's like, "Look, whatever you do, just keep your eyes out. I'm pretty sure that nothing is armed. But just in case, if walls start moving, just kind of hold still till they stop."
Got it. I saw the text. I'm sorry. Can you send in the stream chat what that text was? Please. Please.
She takes out her phone, and after mangling it around a little bit to try to figure out how to get exactly where she wants to, then she just finds the one person she texts, really, and sends 2 emojis. One is a thumbs up, and the next one is a skull without the bones. That's it. I think I killed Vex.
I think so too. Hold on, I'm gonna respond to this quickly because I have to.
Of course, Pasha has to respond. I wonder how good Pasha has gotten at reading and trying to understand Bellona's text.
Oh, pretty good.
I like the idea that Bellona has everyone in the coterie and Pasha. That's it. That's it in her phone. And it's one of those like flip phones as well.
There you go.
Oh god, what did they say?
That's what Thomas is rocking. He's got the Motorola Razr.
That's what Pasha says. Beautiful.
Basically, I hope you burn in the sun.
Yep.
Love it.
Igor is going to have a freaking heart attack.
Igor, like, there's some torches at the bottom of the stairs.
I'm sorry. Did you see what I texted Blaine? Is that what happened?
Vex, please, if you're comfortable with it, do you want to share your text? Because I thought I
Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna text the boys.
everyone as they go into this creepy basement, it is time to send off the text. Like,
Can I just read the one? Just the one.
which one is it to?
I want to read the Silas one.
I know. Oh no.
Blaine, not Blaine. Vix, do you want to read the Silas one, or can I read the Silas one?
You can go ahead.
Silas takes out his phone, reads, "If I die, the money is yours and Emmerich's. Going to another creepy basement. See you soon." Emmerich, get the car.
I knew it! I fucking knew it.
Which creepy basement send?
For
No
reason
response.
whatsoever. Yeah.
See, this is why I didn't want smartphones. Vampires with smartphones are dangerous.
I mean, Bellona isn't.
Feign just uses it to update people and then leaves them in suspense until, maybe they're out of the situation, maybe they're dead. You won't know for a couple of hours.
You are
Thomas has just made his fucking peace.
You are the reason your pseudo fathers have grey hair.
I know.
So much fun.
Toby, your boss sent me to the... That's not Toby's boss. Thanks for the good times.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was actually supposed to be Jeffrey, not Toby. I just have Toby. I always have Toby on the mind. I love
Toby.
Toby's
Hold on, let me correct this.
I love that you guys love Toby.
In his phone, Granger is just listed as Doc.
Doc.
What's up, Doc?
But yeah, no. Everyone's sending their, kind of goodbye texts. Faye looks at this for a second and goes, Yeah, they'll be fine with this until I get out of here. It's not gonna... in their mind, I have let people know this will not cause problems.
Listen, Finn has already started dialing Silas's number.
We come back and there's just a whole fucking search party at the manor. The Bruiser Primogen is there. Finn is there. Silas says,
Where have you been? Do you know what time it is?
It's like rocking into the dark house and everyone just turns around in their chair.
We didn't know we had so many spinny chairs. They brought spinny chairs for the occasion.
The vibes for this game is immaculate and I can't thank you enough.
Well, for everyone's week, I thought you guys could use a light game.
Well, now we can go into the creepy murder basement. They definitely won't have any traumatic implications that I am worried about at all.
Nope.
So, as you go down, he keeps the door open. He doesn't shut you in until he sees you've reached where the torches are. And lined up on the wall are, those heavy-duty, big lens torches. There's about 5 of them.
Okay.
Click.
Oh, sorry. There's space for 5, but you only see 2 left.
Oh. No, click. I'll hand that to Thomas. Actually, no. Feign will take a flashlight. Like, I have a knife, you have a gun. Click. I am the light source.
I am the light.
Does anyone take the last one?
Can you hold the fucking light straight?
Bellona's happy to be a candelabra. Let's go.
Okay. And when you have the torches, he closes the door. And other than the lights, it is pitch black. There are brick walls. Literally, every now and then you brush your shoulders on them. The passage is narrow. And it is going down. And down. And down. And down. It is cold and slightly damp when you finally see it starts to fork. You are deep underground. This is not just like a basement. This one has been dug down.
Would I know roughly how deep we are in relation to the sewers I had explored with Toby a little bit?
I don't think so. I think you don't have enough experience underground to judge that. Like, if you have you ever actually been underground in like a mine or something?
In real life, yes.
Okay. So then you'll know that feeling that once you get to a certain point, it becomes very hard to feel a change in temperature or air the way you used to. And you kind of lose track of where you are unless you're very careful to keep track.
Those footsteps and things in my ears.
Quick question, do you guys wanna, it is 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm happy to continue. If you are getting tired, let me know. If you need a break, let me know.
How are you two feeling? Because I'm fine.
You guys are later than us.
I have caught Vex yawning a few times, so I'm just a little concerned.
Me?
Yeah, you yawned a couple of times, so I was just like, I don't know.
Oh, I have bright ass lights in front of my face. That makes me yawn. Like, it's so I have a bright ring light there, a bright ring light there, and a light right there.
Oh.
I have the suns upon me, but no, it's only 4 p.m.
Oh.
I'm solid.
I'm perfectly okay.
That's called a somatic reaction.
Mm-hmm. I had a nap. I'm fine.
Thanks.
I was concerned you would sleep right through the thing, because I've done that.
No, I had a nap this afternoon, because I know myself.
That's fair.
I could use a quick break to grab some coffee and use the rest.
Sure.
Okay, well, let's
But
take
other than that, I'm fine.
Actually,
I
this is
sleep
like
until
the best time to take a break, 2.5 hours, usually where we take a break anyway. So,
sounds good.
Let's take a quick break, 5-10 minutes. Chat, you go take a walk, get some water, stretch, touch some grass. We will be back with shenanigans in a little bit.
touching.
You're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
It's safe. There are happy thoughts everywhere.
We're great right now. Totally.
So, you guys have you have the 2 torches. You have gone deep underground. What I can tell you, Blaine, is you are at least 2 stories underground. So this is definitely more than 10 meters.
Yeah.
And as you get to this point where it starts leveling out, there is a split. Now, I'm not going to map out the entire labyrinth for you guys because it's really hard to do without a way to show you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But rather, we're going to go with a lot of verbal, this is what you get, this is what you look at. But just understand, as you're going through, there are dead ends. There are places where there are random pitfalls. There are places where the floor is made of metal and the walls are very modern. There are places where the walls are cobblestone and old. And some places it's just dirt. You see old skeletons here or there. You even see piles of ash here and there. So this is quite large.
His labyrinth is the size of my house.
Is this labyrinth like
is the size of a university field.
Is this labyrinth bigger than the manor like the mansion that is on top of it?
Much bigger.
Oh, great! Love that.
It is very catacomb-like, and like I said, there are sections that are old. I want to remind you that Dorian Adams has been in Washington since the city was founded, and he has been living here since the city was founded. Every now and then you do spot cameras. Every now and then you do spot laser sensors, and there are noises you can hear there or there. Sometimes you hear the scuff of a rat. Sometimes you hear a voice, it seems like, but very far away. But you don't hear much other than that.
Great. Love that.
So you get to the fork. What are you going to do?
Fane's going to reach out and is going to, even like holding the flashlight, it's going to hook one hand like onto like some part of Bellona's clothes or accessories or just person, and is going to link arms with Thomas with the other to still hold the flashlight.
Feign, Bellona's just gonna reach down and hold your hand. Like, don't.
We are now holding hands.
Don't crinkle my clothes. Take the hand.
Listen.
Motherfucker.
Okay, listen. Feign would never crinkle a nice outfit.
That's fair.
That's no.
How dare you with that blasphemy? I would never clutch his pearls.
Yeah, we can go.
I gotta be on the left side because I gotta use my dominant hand for the gun.
Okay.
So that's his only concern.
That done. Alright, which way do we want to go?
Left or right?
Hold on. I have a coin.
Alright, let's flip a coin. Do you have a coin?
You like my dice bag?
It's gorgeous.
I also. Oh,
I do have a nice one, but I only keep Gajuk's dice in it because it's very reptilian.
That is very nice.
But yeah, Feign, Bellona's absolutely holding your hand. If you reach out for her clothes, she's just gonna offer her hand instead. But she's not.
So Feign is hooked. Feign is hooked arms with Thomas and is holding hands with Bellona.
Oh wow,
That's so pretty.
that is gorgeous.
All right. Squid is well, technically it's a kraken. Kraken is heads for right. One is tails for left.
Okay.
Heads.
You know,
So you go right.
Dice is gonna come back, and we're all going to have to roll new characters. Like,
He inherits the house.
They'll be fine.
Oh wait, no, Sandy and Ula inherit that house. But anyway,
we've
so
written our role and testimonies in our texts, okay? Like,
as you make your way down this passage, behind you it is pitch black. You have these torches, and these torches are powerful. They illuminate quite a long way down. But the problem is, every time you hit a corner, that corner creates more shadow than the light illuminates. So you have these very sharp turns and blind corners. You have these subtle turns. You have these going up and the going down. And you're going through these passages and noticing that you don't hear living noises, but you hear a drip of water from somewhere. You hear the scurrying of the rats. And walking down, you see something on the ground ahead. It is an assault rifle.
I'm sorry?
There is an assault rifle lying in the path ahead of you.
I feel like that's almost good news.
You wanna shine the light on that?
There is
I
still
have no hands. Both hands are busy.
There is still a hand holding onto the trigger.
Has it been just torn off?
It was something has removed from the elbow down. There is no if you inspect it, there are no rounds left. The rounds are empty. And when you look at the walls, you can see holes pocked into the walls. But it's not just one spot. It's not like they were shooting at one place. It's kind of like they were spraying in a couple directions. And when you start looking at where the spray is, you see a foot a little way in the shadow. And when you put the light, you see the body lying there. One of the guys is in assault gear. He's got this like red, not natural, dyed red hair with yellow spikes coming in between. He's got a tactical vest on. He's got his gear. He has piercings all over, and he is dead.
I'm sorry, my first thought was Guy Fieri.
Bro, you said Guy Fieri, my brain went Kirishima, and I'm like, no, wow, that's an image.
And he has been shot. Whoever was shooting shot him as well.
Right.
I'm gonna take the arm and put it in, he had strapping from his holsters. He's just gonna slide it under his coat.
Okay.
And then tuck. You said there was a handgun?
No, there's no handgun. It was an assault rifle.
Does it have a strap?
It does.
Okay. I'll take that.
Okay.
That's mine now.
Now you're going to go past where the body is, or you're going to take a different route?
Well, if there's dead people here, we may be on the right way.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
If we're trying to find Dorian Adams, then this seems like his work.
When you pass the body, the eyes are still open, the mouth is dropped, and you can already see that there's some maggots wriggling deep inside. This guy died terrified. His entire face is pulled in fear. You do see some tattoos on his shoulder and his collarbones, though. And they look very much like, there's a mix of prison tattoos, but one or two of them look a little bit familiar. Bellona will recognize some of them. There are war clan tattoos, Sabat war party tattoos. Jack mad. Why Jack mad at me?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so normal about all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Just not gonna look as we go past.
Gonna take a glance at the tattoos and not say anything.
You're not gonna say anything?
No,
okay,
you don't say anything. You don't recognize most of them. It's more the style you recognize. There is one that you recognize that is basically foot soldier. But these are the guys you send in to make violence happen.
Thomas is gonna pull his flash the game out of his pocket and put it on. And then he's gonna cut the tattoo. He's gonna cut the tattoo off the chest.
Okay.
Jeez, okay. I suppose now is.
Do you want me to roll for that to see if I mess it up?
You can slice that off pretty easily. The skin is already going a bit loose. The body isn't stiff anymore, so they've been dead for at least 2 days.
Bellona's just gonna look down, look at you peeling the skin off, and be like, "Would now be a bad time to offer you pen and paper."
He pulls out an evidence bag and he's rolling it like a scroll.
Oh my god. I thought you were gonna say rolling it like a joint for some reason.
Well, you roll both kind of the same, don't you?
Not much difference.
That's great.
Okay, so you guys head past the body. A little bit further, you can hear the sound of something dripping. And are you shining the lights ahead of you? What are you doing? Are you looking behind you?
Ahead.
Okay,
They're
so
looking
because,
behind. I'll look ahead. Bellona,
yeah,
what are you doing? Jack, which
What did
way
she
are you
say?
facing?
Oh, sorry, you cut off, so I didn't actually hear what you said.
are you
Oh,
looking ahead or behind?
So we're. How are we walking? Because like the corridor's pretty narrow, isn't it? So I suppose it would be Thomas leading Feign with Bellona holding Feign's hand at the end.
Where you are now, it has widened up that you could walk 2 by 2.
I will say, with Thomas getting as close as he is to bodies and the like, Fane has probably actually stepped behind you guys. You guys are probably the ones in front at this point.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, in which
Right.
case, with Feign at the back, Bellona wouldn't have thought to look back. I think she would have assumed Feign was looking.
Okay. Can I get perception checks from all of you, please?
Yep.
Ooh.
I rolled
Okay.
2 sevens. It's actually really satisfying to watch.
It's real good at the beginning of the session, and now my dice are all like, hey, you know those successes you just rolled? Here's another one.
Bellona.
So I only
Why?
had 2 perception, but I rolled a 10, an 8, and a 7.
Damn. Damn it. I thought that was a 1 face. Okay.
No, that was like a I'm actually rolling good face? Like, what?
Well done. So, what you pick up, Blaine, is that because you're in the front, as the light is shining, you notice that there is a pit coming up ahead of you. That if you weren't shining straight down, if you were just going straight ahead, it would look very much like a shadow and you would not have a good chance of missing it. Because of how you're holding the torch, it illuminates the floor and you do actually see the pit. I'm presuming because you're still looking if there's anything else ahead on the ground.
More bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Thane, you can hear the sound of stone moving. It's a little way behind you. You can make out this sound of rock and stone moving.
Halls are moving. Probably.
What are moving?
Halls. The building. The corridors.
Labyrinth.
The tunnels. Behind us.
Fantastic.
And Bellona, you hear the moving as well. Behind you, a little ways, it sounds like stone is scraping across the floor.
Great.
As you turn to kind of respond to what Vex has just said, you notice something next to you. And when you reach your hand out, what you thought was a wall is actually an optical illusion where the interlocking bricks leave a gap and there's an identical wall behind it about 1 meter. And there's actually a gap you can walk through in the wall.
Okay, Jared.
Yes.
Well,
That's a reference to the
Labyrinth.
capability. Jared, the goblin people.
I know. Well, I think we've spotted an opening. And then she just goes in.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Fame will
I'm
bring
gonna
it
go
to
ahead
the
and guess we can't go back the same way based on the noises. So
As you go into this new section, the corridors seem a little bit wider, and what you notice is that when you were in the main corridor, there were these patches that just look like rock. On this side, those patches have screens, and you are actually able to realize that there was a bit of a projection function happening with the rock. In the brightly lit day, it wouldn't have looked very realistic, but down your way, everything is darkness and shadow. You would be able to stand on this side and see what was going on in the main passages.
Oh.
So you
Go
keep
ahead.
going, and eventually you start hearing a whimpering noise.
A whimpering noise.
Guessing we head towards it.
Yeah.
It's the only lead.
There is a very old, heavy wooden door a little bit ahead of you. The whimpering is coming from behind the door.
Do we know what this whimpering sounds like? Like human, animal?
It sounds vaguely human. It sounds human. There's a little bit of hissing in between the whimpers every now and then.
From the same creature, person / thing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna knock on the door.
It
Open
goes
up the door.
dead silent.
We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
You motherfucker.
Trying to reach you about your life's extended warranty.
Yeah. I don't know if we are in the right space, but we're looking for one Dorian Adams.
There is one single pained whimper and then silence.
Alright, Kane, let my hand go so I can hold the flashlight and clear the room.
You want to do what to clear the room?
When you clear the room, what you'll want is one person. So it limits.
You're doing the thing
And you'll
again where
hold-
it's a little hard to hear you.
Yeah.
That's why we're having a difficulty.
So he told Fane to let his hand go and give him the flashlight so he can clear the room like he did in session 1.5.
Yep. Fane will hand over, step back. Fane's back in the corridor now behind Bellona.
When you say you want to clear the room, exactly what is it are you planning, Thomas?
If there's a threat, I will shoot it in the head. If it's Dorian, then we're fine. But if it's not, I would rather have my weapon drawn.
Might
And
want
limit
to
your exposure.
give Dorian a heads up if it is Dorian.
Dorian, if you're in there, I'm armed. Don't kill me.
Dorian, we just want to make sure that you are okay, and if you need help, we're here to offer. But just in case you are not Dorian, forgive us our intrusion.
We spent so long outside of this door.
She's going to open the door for dummies.
Mm-hmm. There is a room. It's fairly big, but it's not like massive. High ceilinged, old stone walls, and lots of rock pillars. And it looks like this was a storage space at some point because you do see some crates and some barrels here and there. There are also these cloves that things can be put into that are quite dark. You don't hear or see any person, but what you do notice is there is a massive blood stain behind one of the pillars near the door. It is as much blood that a human would be dead. You don't hear a heartbeat, you don't hear breathing.
Now we have to find whatever was back here. I don't think we can have the luxury of just talking at walls.
Bellona's just gonna, like, there's nothing in here, as far as you can see, except for the bloodstain behind the pillar. She's gonna step in and carefully, slowly, she's trying to make herself sound as non-threatening as possible. Or just try to convince this person that she doesn't mean them harm, as long as they are.
Persuasion, empathy,
Um,
charisma. Excuse me. Oh wait, are you lying or are you telling the truth?
as long as this person is who she is looking for, yes, she's not lying.
Charisma, empathy.
I thought you should start going wee woo.
We will be coming around the pillar if this is where you are. Don't be surprised. And it is blah. Thingy empathy. 1, 2, 3.
Nicole, just so you know, I'm burning a blood point for celerity.
To do what?
Celerity.
Gotcha.
1, 2, 3.
Just mark it off on your sheet.
Jesus. Okay. And then 1, 2. That's 3 10s and a 9.
Jesus. That's a lot.
Yeah.
So what do you say?
That's right.
Exactly what I said. We will be coming around now. We don't mean you any harm. So,
When you say the word harm, you hear almost like a sob coming from deeper in the room in one of their cloves.
in the where?
The cloves, there's little square cloves. They almost look like a meter by a meter, but they go in quite deep.
She's beelining there.
Alcoves. Okay.
Yeah,
Alcoves.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm here now.
Yeah.
I am
Said the wrong word.
understanding.
She's gonna take that sound as a, well, this is where I am, so she's gonna go straight to it. Is there like a curtain or something? Or the hiding
No,
behind a
it
box?
is. It is bare stone, but it's quite deep in. They tend to go in about 3 meters.
Great.
And literally pushed against the back, curled up. There is a figure curled up at the end, and you can see little blood trails as well.
Would you like to come out, or do you want me to go in and get you?
If you even gesture of reaching in, they start sobbing again and try and push deeper against the wall.
She's not. She's literally just standing at the entrance asking. Do I recognize the person?
You can't quite... Oh, wait, are you shining the light in at them?
Yeah.
You do not recognize this person. This is Tattoo's buddy. Also looks very rough. You can see fangs. This is a vampire, which would explain why they're alive with that amount of blood loss. And their eyes are massive, dilated. This person is terrified. And he's got similar sabbat markings. You do notice he's got long claws that you would get from Protean, but he's literally trying to claw his way deeper. He's not trying to get to you. The one thing you do notice, his legs are missing from the knees down.
Not who we were looking for.
Every time you start speaking, he kind of whimpers and he starts looking and going, shh.
What did you just say?
Oh, did you guys not hear me again? I'm like right up on my mic.
No.
He just asked, "Are you hiding from Dorian?"
When you say Dorian's name, he whimpers and starts rocking.
Bellona looks.
This man is almost near tears.
Bellona looks at this person, and her expression is unreadable. Then looks back at the other two. So what should we do with him? He's not who we're looking for.
So, the way I see it, we have two options. We can leave them here to do whatever the fuck is happening over there. Or we can make it quick and painless because it does not look like Dorhid does so.
Mercy killing does seem the appropriate path to take here.
I can't be here if you do that. And Feign will actively remove himself from the room back the way they came.
Before you do, both of you humanity checks difficulty 10.
Jesus. All right.
Intentional killing is actually, no, Thomas, you would have humanity 9 because your humanity is at 5. Am I right?
So my diff is 9?
Your diff is 9 because your
Okay.
humanity is lower. But you're talking about literally the execution of a random terrified vampire. Yes, this is not a good vampire. You can see that this is somebody who's a combat-oriented, not nice person. But they're not like that right now.
Just so you know, and this isn't to lower the difficulty, but the motivation truly is so that he does not have to go through whatever the fuck Dorian is doing with ripping off legs.
Bellona has that, but there's also another reason why she does not want this person to still be here.
Mm-hmm.
Humanity is... I have 5 points in humanity.
5? You shouldn't have 5. You should have at least 6.
I have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What's your conscience and your conviction?
Conscience is at 2. Conscience conviction is at 2.
Huh. Both of those are 2. Let me just check something quickly.
Well, I mean, the conscience and conviction is the same thing.
Oh, it's conscience and self-control.
Self-control is 3.
That's right. Then.
Sorry, I have to sneeze.
Sneeze.
Bless you.
Sneeze.
Unbless you.
Oh, I got 3 successes. I got a 9, a 10, and a 9.
You said... Sorry about that. You said that self-control is at 3.
Yep.
Okay, is that with your auto points? What's your courage?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ah, that would explain it. Okay, yeah. Then your difficulty is also 9.
Okay. So what does that mean exactly? Do I just roll 5 times and try get 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, hey! Vex is
I
the
did-
storyteller for like a split second.
Sorry, I didn't want y'all to see me being all gross and blowing my nose.
You're all good.
Okay,
Yeah, you
yes.
can tell stories.
So I rolled 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't succeed once. Because it was a 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I rolled 2 once.
Oh!
Bellona,
Yeah?
this looks a lot like a certain cousin you know. And his emotional state is reminding you very much of a certain nephew you know.
Fuck.
And this is bringing back memories of vampires who do not have control of their destiny.
Great.
Thomas, how'd you roll?
I have 5 humanity, obviously. I got a 9 and a 10. Rerolled the 10 and got a 9, so 3. So I'm fine.
Fuck it, put a bullet between his eyes. You don't give a shit.
I will wait if he would notice that Bellona's not okay. Like, hey, you need to step out, or
Okay, so
not
with
want me to
this,
do this?
here's the thing. With those reminders, that is only gonna make Bellona want to put him out of his misery even more.
Okay.
If you do this, though, I'm letting you know because you're new to vampire. You have failed your humanity check. If you act on this, you are going to lose a point of humanity permanently. You are going to lose a piece of yourself that makes you more than a monster.
Unfortunately, this is something that she would do.
You can do whatever you want as long as you accept the consequences.
Oh yeah, I am very much consequences. But Thomas, if you are looking, Bellona does not seem okay. She's usually poised and calm. She's literally shaking right now.
Well, not wanting to do this? What do you need?
I need for them to be put out of their misery.
Literally, as soon as the sentence is done, let me give him firearms, because he is fidgeting, so I assume there's going to be a check. It's dex and firearms for my handgun, right?
Yep.
Oh, that man's so dead.
Okay.
This man is so dead.
That is the... Hold on, let me get it for you. And he is aiming for a headshot. I did get 110. That matters in this instance.
Mm-hmm.
So
you got 4 successes.
4. Because out of the 5, I had 3 and 1 was a 10. The Colt does 3 lethal per bullet. I can fire 2 of those with celerity, per shot, and with celerity I get an extra action. So that's 4 bullets in his head.
Okay. What's the damage on your gun?
3 lethal per bullet.
Yeah, I just need to do a little bit of math. So you got 4 bullets in his head.
4 bullets in his head. Raw damage, no resistance or anything. That would be 12 lethal. Assuming I don't
And
miss.
3 lethal each.
Yep.
Okay. Right.
Not as good as the shotgun, but still pretty good.
You fire these 4 bullets in his head. 2 of them sink in. And you see them take chunks of brain matter with them on the way out. But the other 2 seem to hit and not pierce the skull. They almost stop against his skull and they fall off. And with that, he seems to... Oh, shit.
Oh, no. Are we about to get into a fortitude brawl?
Oh, shit. Sorry about that. With the impact of the bullets, he seems to shake out of whatever terror he was in. You hear him hiss, and he springboards like he's going from a diving board off that wall, out with his claws extended at the 2 of you. I'm gonna need initiative rolls, please.
And that's wits and alertness.
Also, Bellona, Thomas, odds and evens.
Odds.
evens.
Okay. Vex, just do me a quick perception roll. Because you went back out into the corridor, didn't you?
Like out in the corridor covering their ears, like
Yeah. Oh, Bobby.
Thomas, fortitude will allow you to soak this for each point of fortitude you have. 3 aggravated damage as he comes at you and those claws sink into your chest.
Super awesome.
Where is?
That's okay. I soaked one of them, so.
Where do I roll?
So
for-
initiative, you're gonna roll dex plus wits. Dexterity plus
Yep.
wits.
Oh, okay. All right.
And just tell me how many successes you get.
That would be the 7, right?
Yeah.
Two successes.
Okay. And he shoves you back and he starts hissing at you. And there's an odd word or two mixed in with his hissing, but his words are slurred and they're mumbled. And he takes a swing at you after that first impact. He tries to swing with these massive claws, and they are huge extensions of fingers, and they're not nails anymore. These are talons that he's swinging at you.
At me or
At
I'm
Thomas.
gonna die.
He aims it at you, but he actually misjudges where you are because a very important chunk of brain that does that sort of thing is missing. And he swings it at you, he misses, and he kind of looks at his hand and he looks at you. He is shocked he didn't hit you. And for a second he pulls back and he breathes deeply, and you see that blood starts rushing to where those open holes are, pouring down his face, and the holes slowly are starting to close. So now it is Thomas's action.
So he's kind of like this at the current moment, right?
Yeah, he just swung at you and then he pulled back, and he's literally like this. He's posed like this with his hands in front of his face, and the holes are slowly closing.
But he's right up on me.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna ram the gun into the hole before it closes and just
Okay.
let it go. I will spend another blood point too, since it's 1 per turn for celerity, right?
Yep. Vex, what did you roll for perception? You hear a voice calling out from somewhere. You're not quite sure which direction, but you hear Van Helsing!
I found him. The combat happening in the room. And it's like,
There were very loud
there
gunshots.
he is.
there he is.
Can I do anything to figure out where those came from? Like, can I
You
enhance
can. I'll tell you now what to roll.
zoom, enhance, but for hearing?
Academics plus perception.
Cool.
Let's
And
go
now
with
on to
academics
what
plus
roll?
perception. Okay, and Thomas, you got 4 successes.
He's good at a very few things, apparently. And
How many
murder
bullets?
is one of them. I still have celerity, so 4.
Okay.
While it's in his... He's going to end up healing my gun in his brain. This is just going to keep going, isn't it?
No, healing takes a little bit of effort and time, and he's a bit low on blood. So he was there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fantastic. You fire the gun again, and again. It almost sounds rapid fire. And he kind of stumbles, and what was once his brain, he looks at Bellona, and you watch him as from those holes ash starts to spread and he starts falling apart. Piece by piece, he fades away into ash and smoke and crumbles at the ground, his bones landing blackened and then fading to ash. Bellona, you will lose a point of humanity.
Okay.
You lose a point of humanity as you feel that something inside you, a little bit of love, a little bit of empathy, a little bit of care, of warmth, and the sun touching your skin, fades away from you, maybe forever, as you step further into the darkness and embrace the beast a little bit more. I am shocked Bellona is a lower humanity than Thomas.
I don't know why.
Well, we were at the exact same.
Yeah, you know
but...
her backstory. I don't know why you thought that her humanity would be higher.
Just remember, as you roleplay, the more humanity you lose, the more empathy, kindness, thought, all of that goes away. Those things do matter in how you roleplay.
Yeah.
And just to give you a little bit of direction. Okay, so your moral standards, you have now gone from removed to unfeeling. You are going to stop reacting to things that cause an empathy response.
Okay.
Also, you are now nonchalant about intentional property damage, and you would be okay with manslaughter or killing while you're in a frenzy. It wouldn't bother you.
Okay.
But still, intentional murder is a bit of a problem. Okay. So he's crumbled to ash in front of you. Vex, you hear the Van Helsing! And what did you roll for perception academics?
I roll on success. Also, Fane's humanity is 8.
Fane is very humane. Just for a little bit. For you, injuring another, even accidentally, will affect you. And you are at the caring level. So you are role-playing exactly your humanity level.
This is why Bellona and Feign don't...
Everybody else is not okay. Thomas is like... gross.
No, Bellona is at that point. Thomas, you are removed. Which means you're not dealing with it now, but you're not nonchalant.
I have a therapist.
For a reason.
I see him 2 times a week. Y'all are acting like this is the first time he's done this.
Someone needs to grab Bellona and tell her that she needs fucking therapy. This woman.
We can retcon it and say that this is a regular topic Thomas and Philip try to broach when they're around. Their text chain is literally called the Therapy Bros.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
So the most you can tell is that you guys stepped into this inner corridor. The voices definitely came from the outer corridor, further from where you were.
Shall we?
Are you out with Fane?
Suppose like no. Actually, she's gonna look to see if there's anyone else in there. And if not, then she'll rejoin Feign.
I'd like to point out again that Thomas is kind of bleeding from his chest.
Oh, yeah, let me just drop another blood point for that real quick. I'm really not that bad off. Since I soaked 1, it was only 2.
Okay, so you can spend a blood point to heal another lethal. But this was aggro.
Oh, it was aggro. Okay.
It's going to take a full night to... It takes a full night to heal an aggro with intention. It takes about an hour to heal a lethal with intention. That's using blood.
Bellona's going to stop and look at Thomas and be like... Is there anything I can help with that?
Well, this isn't so bad.
Well,
Could have been much worse.
You're a little bit incapacitated. You'd be at, if you got 2 damage, it would have been at hurt. You get -1 to every roll.
Yeah, it's marked. I have that up so that I can watch.
Okay.
Make sure I'm subtracting. Yeah, I mean, that is how he would respond with his background and what just happened. He'd be like, it could have been worse.
Okay, that's fine.
Will he probably have a breakdown in his next therapy session? Probably.
Maybe. Are you just not going to answer Bellona? Is Thomas not going to respond?
No, he did. He said
No,
it could have been worse.
Oh, okay.
Could have been much worse.
I'll take your word for it. And she'll look around the place. If there's nobody, then she'll rejoin Feign.
I have no reason to be here. And walks out.
Bellona wants to make sure that there's no more of these around.
Well, you found this is the third one. And when you go back into the main corridor, are you going into the main corridor?
Well, she'll rejoin
Or-
Feign first.
Feign is still in the inner corridor.
Yeah, so she'll rejoin Feign first. I don't think she did she hear the...
Bellona didn't hear it.
Yeah, exactly, so she wouldn't know to go into the main corridor.
I'm gonna reload my weapon because that was all 8 bullets, so...
Feign, as like he sees the two of them step out and sees like that Thomas was actually injured, turned into a fight.
Unfortunately,
Done.
it is done now.
I can see that. He will like
Oh,
move over and reach out.
Bleeding from his chest.
oh no.
Listen, if Feign hugs him tight enough, the bleeding will stop.
Jack,
Absolutely.
is the stream okay? Because it just went off on my side.
Yeah, the
Oh.
stream just.
Oh, there we are.
It's back.
All right, we're back.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. The uppies of cuteness killed the stream. Much apologies.
It was too much. It was.
So there's
I found out that.
pick up their 60-pound ass and put on their shoulders.
I love that Thomas and Bellona is all this like very polite sort of discussions with each other, and with Thomas and Feign is like uppies.
Feign will like
cute uppies.
Feign will like kick his legs a little bit and like rest his hands on top of Thomas's head. And our guy's back in the main hall a little further up.
I'm coming for you, Van Helsing!
There he is.
Can I make a roll to see where the fuck he is now? Because it's been a couple turns. He's probably moved.
I would really like to call out into the corridor and be like, really fucking project her voice and be like...
Channel Oliver.
Sorry?
Channel Oliver.
Oh,
Go.
dear God. She's gonna be a lot more,
Dorian!
she's going to be a lot more eloquent than Oliver, okay? She's like, be like, Dorian Adams, we're here with a message. If you don't mind coming towards us, that would be very much helpful and appreciated.
She's the voice you hear over the high school intercom.
She is. It's like, Dorian Adams, you have a message at the offices. Please come at your nearest like convenience. That's her. That's her.
Child is unavailable at present. Please try again later.
Clean up in aisle 4. Just please.
So you call out, and there was a pounding of feet for a second that you heard, and then it disappeared.
Great. Love that.
As you guys go into the main corridor, the pit that was just in front of you, it's not wide, it's about 1 meter wide. You can literally step over it. But if you look down, you do notice another body is on spikes down there.
Okay.
And there is a set of legs down there as well.
Oh,
So
nice.
there
That's
was
what happened to those.
there was definitely a mix of human and vampire in this group.
Mhm.
You go further down the corridors, and one of the torches starts to fade.
Oh,
The
Well-
battery is run out. It's starting to click. It's starting to fade, and then it's just gone dim.
Feign reaches down, like tries to like bap it while Thomas
If I
is
smack
holding
it hard enough, it will work.
The percussive maintenance you applied, it goes brighter for a few seconds, and then it dims and goes brighter, and then you hit it again, and it goes off.
Oh.
But you still
Well.
have the other one. You do hear screaming up ahead.
Seems like he's still busy.
We have
this
heard
is the job that never ends.
I feel like we've been on the job that never ends since day one.
I have not known peace in
For
30
2
years.
years.
The screaming stops.
I figure we're still like going down the hallway as we're
You've hit a patch where the walls have been painted and paneled, the floor is tiled, and for the last like 2-3 minutes of walking, it's actually been fairly well maintained. And as you walk down, you notice lights switching on, and there's some cameras viewing this area.
Feign's gonna wave at one.
When you wave at one, the camera does zoom at you, and it seems to go into focus, and then there's a hatch that opens, and this automated turret emerges, and you see a little red light start shining at you.
Red light as in like a
As
shooter
from-
gun kind of a
It's
red light? Or
it's
You hear a slight whirring start.
We're just here from your primogen. Can we lay eyes on you to tell him you're alive?
I'm gonna need an athletics check as you need to dodge and run. The firing starts.
great. I'm great at that.
You notice two
Oh,
more ash
right.
piles in this corridor.
Can I
Because it's brightly lit, you see 2 more piles of ash.
dex in athletics? Because it's
It is Dex athletics, yes.
okay, cool. You're like just athletics, and you're like, can I like put some speed into that?
You can spend a willpower
Yeah.
point for an automatic success.
I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna use willpower because my athletics is
My dex is great.
Mine is not like bad, but let me make something very clear to you. He's not a physical guy.
yeah,
He
Bellona
plays
is,
with fucking Legos.
Bellona is a noodle, okay?
Daddy Doodles.
Oh, way to waste it, fucking. Me? Look at 3 10s. Alright, so we've got 4 already. Let's re-roll those and see just how insane this dodging is. Another 10. No other successes other than that. So that's 5.
5 successes.
I think Feign also just yeeted himself off of your shoulders. Is what just happened.
This is where the Batman and Robin vibe kicks in.
Yep.
No.
I would like to expend a willpower for an automatic success.
Yeah, you
'Cause-
did already. You always spend it before you roll.
Okay, I did. So, and I just rolled, and I only have 2 points in Dex, and that was a 4 and a 3.
But there were no ones, so you're still okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
so what happens is Feign looks up, sees this automatic turret, looks at it, waves, hears the whirring, and as you hear the whirring, that part of your brain that has been, experienced movies for the last, 20 years of your life activates, and you're like, nope, and you literally tumble. You stand on his shoulder with a foot and springboard yourself past the section as fast as you can. Thomas feels you going forward, and because of that, he tilts forward as the bullets start to hit, and he's head down, war mode, running. Bellona is like, "What are you? Oh!" And she like falls on the ground and starts like leopard crawling forward. Her dress is messed up, and she's just like, "What just happened?"
I will
Thomas
say,
heard the
Bellona just yells at Feign, the password!
I will say, on top of all of this, Feign has cat-like balance, so he
That helps.
reduced. Yeah, he's doing great. Which means that was actually 4 successes.
Great.
Anyway,
Thomas heard the whirring, and just Fortunate Son started playing in his head.
so
you guys get past this section,
Okay.
and after a minute or two, it starts becoming stone again, and it starts getting dark. There are sections that are dark, but not like spooky dark. It's just the lights that you had before are gone. You're back to using the torchlight, and you do find another person who has been basically torn open in their chest. And they're lying there, gasping and looking at you as you pass them. They're not long for the world, maybe a minute or two.
Feign's gonna take a second and, like, trying desperately not to look at this body, is going to kneel by them and just cradle their head for a moment while they go.
It's a guy, he's got some teardrop tattoos along his cheek, and he's looking at you, and then he gasps and
Does he turn into ash, or is he
he
a
does
human?
not turn into ash.
They'll just gently close his eyes and then kind of try to wipe their hands on, like, their clothes as they get back up to keep going.
That hot, sticky, burning blood is being spread on your clothes as you wipe, and the smell of it is filling this corridor.
And they're not gonna say anything, they're not gonna look at anyone, they're just gonna keep moving forward quickly.
Okay, perception checks from all of you.
Cool.
Is it just perception check?
Perception alertness. Actually, Feign can do perception alertness, and you can do a perception awareness.
Alertness and awareness are the same.
Not for me.
Man, I'm not getting any middling results tonight. I have 3 dice stacked up in my dice timeout chair.
Wait,
so
hold
I
on,
had.
Sorry, just to ask real quick, what is Bellona doing? Like the perception and what?
Alertness.
Alertness.
Okay, cool. Because originally it was said awareness, and I was
Yeah.
like, wait, hold on.
No, you're the only one with awareness. It's perception alertness.
I'm alertness. I think awareness was Feign.
So when it was originally stated, it was stated with awareness for Bellona and then alertness for Feign. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me. I was just confirming. Okay, cool.
Sorry about
We're
that.
good. You're
Sorry.
totally fine.
So
That's why
7
we
is the
communicate.
difficulty, right?
Yep.
That's 4 successes, 2 which are 10, but I did get a 1 in there as well.
So that'll take you minus. So the 1 cancels a success, so you still have 3.
Okay.
You just past the body. There's a T junction. You hear footsteps coming from the right side.
I had 3 successes, but minus 1.
I'm
So-
gonna
Again, you pick up footsteps are coming from the right side.
be like, anyone else hear that?
As you say that, the
Yep.
footsteps stop.
Oh, don't be shy.
Dorian, I'm very tired,
I'm very tired.
and it's only 3 hours into the night. I don't want to play Escape anymore.
2 successes for awareness, by the way.
Something is heebie-jeebie around the corner.
Corner's haunted.
You feel the heebies and the jeebies all together.
Corner's haunted. The corner's haunted, guys.
No one comes.
I wanna. Is the assault rifle still loaded or is it empty? I know you
It
said
is
there were
empty.
some.
It
Okay,
is
okay.
empty.
Handgun it is.
No, but like the
You should have brought the
corner's
shotgun.
haunted.
So
I'm
Spray
sorry, I
and
don't know
pray.
why this
So
is
what are you guys
killing
doing?
me.
Fane's going around the corner. Fane is tired. Fane is uncomfortable. Fane does not like being uncomfortable. Fane wants to look the person in the eyes who has made them uncomfortable.
You turn the
Thomas is
corner.
very irritated right now,
Bellona
which is not
follows.
common for him. I don't think Fane has seen him irritated. Bellona probably has.
Yeah.
Literally, any time someone comes into a house, it is rude.
Bellona is also right now not incredibly happy.
You turn the corner, and you just see the edge of a boot inching away. So where this is, the T-junction is here, you turn the corner, a little bit further there's another turn, and you just see a foot slipping past it as you turn. It was definitely a boot though, like a combat boot.
Oh.
He's not wearing a combat boot.
No,
A
that
man
would not
like
be
No.
him is.
a Dorian thing to wear.
Imagine he's in like full Dracula garb except combat boots.
That doesn't seem like the right aesthetic there, sir.
This is
Oh.
not gonna turn out the way this guy thinks it is. Thomas has burned through a lot of blood and is starting to get like hangry.
Yep.
Angry vampire.
This is not gonna go well for him.
Fane is gonna reach down and just pull up a knife. Just hold it. Think for a second. And he's gonna put it back before moving forward. And just
Oh, Fane.
we're just gonna please don't make this difficult. If you're not Dorian, we don't really care about you. Please.
Empathy charisma.
Can do.
I just want to say both of you would notice that Thomas is taking off his gloves, and that's not a good sign. And both of you would know.
Sorry, he's doing a what?
He's taking off
He's
his gloves.
taking off his gloves.
I heard clothes.
He does not do that outside. He doesn't do that outside of the house.
I heard clothes as well, and I'm like, you're doing
Okay.
you're
I thought
I
Oh.
heard gloves.
What's happening?
Okay, I heard
I love
gloves.
that both Jack and I were like,
Wait.
okay, and Thomas is now stripping for some reason. 4 successes.
I love the way
Thomas
both
has
are
gone full Rambo and does not. No, he's taking his gloves off, and neither of you has seen him do this in a fucking minute.
So after a moment, there's a pause, and the edge of a gun comes around the corner, and this guy shuffles out looking at you. He has no heartbeat. He is a vampire, but you don't see any blatant claws or anything. And he's got the gun trained on you guys as he comes around the corner, but his one hand is shaking.
He's
He
a
is,
young.
well, he's a vampire. You don't know how old he is, but he looks like he would be about 19, 20.
Presence? Awe.
But he
Immediately.
Ooh. He comes around the corner and he's looking at you, and as you do the presence or do the roll for me.
Hold on, wait, no. At the same time, I'm going to spend another one for my favorite of celerity. I'm not getting hit by more bullets.
What do I roll?
Let me help you with that.
Thank you. I'm starting to use things that I don't fully understand yet.
A couple of sessions and you'll be like, Shanana, this is what I do. Here's my role.
I'm getting better.
Can I?
Okay,
Yep.
or
Am I allowed to do something while you're doing something, or would you like me to wait?
I just want to look for the role. That's between you guys.
Well,
Okay,
So-
you spend a blood point, you roll charisma plus performance difficulty 7. The number of successes determines how many people are affected.
Oh, I could probably
So
affect
many
this
dice.
whole room. So that's gonna be. That's so many dice. Okay, I'm gonna roll. That's so many dice.
Oh dear lord.
this is
Go
fun.
for it. Do it, do it, do it.
So I'm gonna tell you what Feign does and then give you the amount of successes, because the amount of successes is fucking crazy. So Feign pauses and looks up at this man, and does, you know, the Puss in Boots thing with the hat and the eyes? That's what Feign does with 7 successes as he looks into this man's eyes.
You look up at this guy and you give him this look of please, with the big eyes and you, trust me. He literally looks at you, takes a step stumbling towards you, and collapses to his knees. His hands are in the dirt. He's not holding the gun. He looks like you are his personal messiah, and with his own wide eyes, begging you, going, "How do I get out? Please let me leave."
Feign is gonna walk out and is going to kneel down in front of him, and is just going to pull him into a hug.
Aww.
And it'll just sort of pat him on the back, kind of cradle his head. We'll get you out. We'll get you out.
One thing on his back you noticed that you didn't see on anyone else, he has this metal case. It almost looks like it's meant to be a little bag, and it is literally strapped onto his back.
Oh
It's-
no. Do I hear a mysterious ticking noise?
You do not hear a mysterious ticking.
Okay, I just want to double check.
Okay.
This is a protect what's inside kind of case.
Oh.
Taking the gun in case he somehow gets out of this. You don't need this anymore. We're fine. But I don't know you, so I'm gonna take this with.
He's coming in the dark. We have to get out. He's coming in the dark. He's always in the coming. We followed orders. We got in. We followed orders. We have to get out. All of us. He'll kill us all.
I'm sure hoping not. Like patting his back. Well, kind of patting his back, not.
Yeah.
The case is. They've had enough weird boxes of shit. Okay. What were you doing in here so that we can reason with him and get you out?
We killed the guard. We killed basically all the humans we could find, ripped them to pieces, the filthy, filthy things. And then we got in. We were told to get down here, to get to the main vault, to get it out. Bring it to. Did you hear that? Did you hear something? I thought I heard steps.
Bring it to who?
We have to go. I've still got it. I managed to run. I left the others. I let them die. But I'm still alive. I'll stay alive. We can leave the other two. The other two, they'll distract him. We can leave.
No, so you're gonna need to give us the item so that you can live. We're not gonna kill you. I'm just trying to keep him from killing you. Like, the padding is growing kind of faster with his own anxiety.
He looks at you and he's still fixated on you, and he's like, and he takes off the bag and holds it out to you.
I'm gonna set it to the side so that none of them are touching it. And is going to, like, kind of move up further away from the man. All right. You stay with us. Stay behind us. You stay with them.
Thomas is gonna look at you like...
What? You... Words did not come through. I'm sorry.
He just looks at you like, bad tactics.
Yeah, what?
He would not let that guy behind him. Bad tactics.
Bad tactics. Oh.
Tactics.
So
Let me
when,
take
like,
those out.
Also, when I say behind, it's more of like Feign turned with him, if that makes sense.
So you putting yourself between him and the box.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Essentially. Okay. I know the password. Alright. Someone needs to return that thing to the person we need to lay eyes on.
So you guys just leaving it where Feign put it?
Yeah.
That seems like a bad idea.
I don't know that splitting up is a great idea, but I'll carry it. As if he doesn't have all the other fucking limbs and guns.
You need... If we get into combat, you need everything available.
A little.
The guy starts calming down. And as he starts calming down, he's looking at you guys more carefully, and he looks at Bellona. And he kind of like seems to focus on your face for a second. Do I know you?
Now that is a terrible pickup.
I've seen you before.
Just gonna lean forward. And Feign, there's no way you're not gonna hear this because she's like right there. She's just gonna...
I am with him.
Yeah, you're just gonna hear Bellona tell him, silence. Well, we should.
And he
probably-
starts freaking out.
We should probably do something about this. Points at the box, and that points at the man.
He's actually starting to scramble away from you. He is starting to freak out, and he's looking where the box is, and he dives for the box.
It's
Feign,
between us.
as he's
The bag, not the box, the bag.
as he starts to freak out because it's Bellona, him, Feign, bag thing. Feign is going to kind of reach out for him, trying to like get his eye contact. Shh.
As you reach out for him, he kind of looks at you and he shoves at you to push you away, and he pushes you hard. You go flying backwards and hit the wall. And he grabs at the box he wants to grab it, and he starts trying to take off running.
He's not fucking going anywhere.
Thomas is like,
He just fucked up.
oh no, we
Very
got
bad.
an angry vampire on the loose.
Very angry.
You shoved our Feign? I know I don't care about much. I care about one thing though.
I spent a blood point. My gloves are off. I'm assuming he's running away from us, which means his back is to me.
I am going to need you to do me a quick initiative roll.
Okay.
Dex plus wits. Oh fuck.
Oh!
What was that?
That was 4 10s in a row, dog. 5
Holy
successes.
shit.
So I
He
botched.
is mad.
I botched 3 times. He runs into a wall. Hard.
Jeez.
He celerities into a wall.
Celerities.
Hard.
Listen,
That-
he knows he did something wrong.
I will have to say that we did a lot of 10s because I also got 2 10s and a 9.
Y'all get to act first.
Thomas is on this, man.
Can I just headcanon that Bellona's like, do you want to go first? And Thomas like...
Thomas is not speaking. Thomas is no longer here. This is not Thomas that you have seen in a while.
Okay.
He's
like-
walking up to this, not listening to anything right now. He's not in a frenzy. He is just in a mood.
Just be like, Feign, you might want to turn around.
He starts walking up to this man, rolling up his sleeve.
He's clutching
But
that bag to his chest, trying to like scramble backwards away from you.
And just plunges his whole fucking hand into this man's chest. And grabs his spine. And squeezes.
So that's going to need a strength check unless you have potence.
I don't, but I'll do it. What's the dip? 7?
To go straight through his body to his spine, that's a 9.
Through his stomach?
Through his stomach is a 8. Less ribs in the way.
Yeah, I just need spine. I don't care if it's next to his heart.
I just
He's
need
making a point.
spine. What, that he's
So
saw
many-
this?
So many
Come
points.
on! Is this raw strength or what?
Yeah, this would be raw
That
strength.
is a lot of dice sounds. That's a lot of dice sounds.
It's because of my rings.
It's nice.
It's very
Okay.
nice.
1. I got 2, which is good considering my pool is 2.
So-
Wow.
You get down into his guts and you manage to get to the spine, but you don't manage to squeeze it the way you want. But you know what? It's plenty pain. And he starts screaming. He starts tossing and trying to push you off and shoving. And he is shrieking.
Okay.
I forgot. He can't scream because you silenced him.
Mhm.
But you can see his throat bulging as he tries to scream. What does Bellona do?
Well, first I asked Feign to turn around. And then,
Feign wouldn't even get up. He would just turn and just like... It's something you've probably seen him do before. It's just him hunching in.
Earmuffs.
are
Yep.
you the gargoyle, but earmuff style?
Yep. Eyes closed, full hunched in.
I've never
using shit.
used this, so I don't know how this works. How would I use Scorpion's touch in this situation?
I will tell you what the role is in a second.
Can I attempt to yank his throat out with my nails?
That would be a strength check, just like Thomas's.
Okay.
But Scorpion's touch is to introduce poison into his system.
Okay, well then I'll just want to stab my fingers into his throat.
Okay. I'll give you the roll in a second.
Because my strength is nada.
Your
what is
strength
it?
is nada.
Well, it's not nada, but it's human, which might as well be nada.
Okay.
What?
Vex has realized the monstrousness of your 5 and 4 freaking humanity. That's why. Hold on, my computer froze. Just give me a second. Oh
I
my.
think
have
a
the
lot of
humanity for
Bellona's characteristics is suddenly starting to make sense for Vex.
I'm
I'm
gonna do it
learning
on
a
my
few
phone.
things.
My Chrome is
If-
frozen, so I'm just gonna do it on my phone.
Okay.
On the humanity scale, I think it now goes Bellona, Thomas, Oliver, Feign.
Yep. I think. Wait, what is Oliver's? Dice, if you're still in chat, what is Oliver's humanity?
Also, can you ever increase humanity?
You can.
Yes.
Can you?
You have to, like he said, you have to go to therapy or meditate, or you have to do something in game to show your character working through things, going through empathy training of some sort, and then you just spend XP. But you can't
Okay.
just say, I spend XP, I regain humanity. You've got to
Yeah.
do something to show that you're getting back in touch with the human nature. So everything from the working at a soup kitchen, going to church, meditating, going to a psychologist, all of these can help. There are certain thaumaturgies that can also help you a little bit.
I like the idea that Thomas tries to get Bellona to go to therapy. She just never wakes up in time for it.
Found it. Okay, so Scorpion's
seven.
Touch, what you're going to do is you are going to spend a blood point and roll willpower difficulty 6.
Spend a blood point. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Roll
Difficulty 6.
difficulty 6. Which one? Which
Willpower.
one am I willpower.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to. Yeah. Just willpower, right?
Yeah.
Wow. 9,
Uh-oh.
10, 10, 9. Let me roll again.
You don't need to. You really don't need to.
Yeah.
You stab into his neck, and this man who was already tearing in half, trying to crawl away from from Thomas, with an arm in his belly. He was literally tearing himself in half, trying to get away, still clutching at this bag as he tries to scramble away, like it has the secrets of the universe inside. You hit him straight in his throat, and you pull out, and he gasps. You see veins starting to go green and bulging and spreading. As he looks at you, he's trying to scream, he's trying to do something. He looks like his whole body goes rigid and tense, and then his eyes close, and he goes into torpor.
What's
Oliver
torpor?
answered, by the way.
Basically,
I
he's
said Oliver's is
comatose,
7.
Okay.
and he is yay close to death.
I pull up my fingers and sort of wipe it on his shirt.
Tactical
Lean
vest.
in real close
Tactical
and
vest.
say, we were gonna let you live. And you chose to attack the one person who was gonna make that happen.
Yep. There was only
You
one
fucked up.
person. There was only one person that would have actually given him a chance to get out of there alive.
Mm-hmm.
And he attacked them. Not a smart move.
Dice's humanity is 7.
7. Yeah. So it is Bellona, Thomas, Oliver, Feign.
Manners matter.
Bellona and Feign
You
are
don't
literally
know.
opposites of the spectrum of everything.
You genuinely don't know if he can hear you. He's gone into torpor. He is corpse-like, but he's not dusted. He's not ash.
I say.
He is still, even when he went into his torpor, his grip like loosened for a second, but he's still clutching that bag.
Bellona's just gonna look at Thomas and be like, I say we keep this one for Dorian. She has no mercy to give this one.
Thomas is not arguing with you. He's elbow deep in this man's stomach.
Mm-hmm. She's fine with it.
Worse, you're elbow deep in a vampire's stomach. There is only one thing in their intestines.
Yep.
He made his choice. actions have consequences, dog.
So what do you guys do? Is no one gonna look in the bag?
Bellona has no interest in the bag.
Pain isn't doing shit until
I guess
they
I'm
know-
gonna go check on my fucking child that got thrown.
Yep.
Child without this E.
Honestly,
Child without the E. Not child. Child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bellona
No,
is going to take the bag with her, though.
Mhm.
Well, but
It
she
is
is going to
incredibly light. Like
great.
it is. You do not expect it to be as light as it is.
Just
it
like,
actually
whoop.
feels. It actually feels empty.
We
Huh?
feel Oliver's spirit telling us to look in the bag, just as a heads up. His essence
Such a
comes through to you,
pity.
Bellona.
Such a pity. Oliver is not here. Oh man, Oliver. We
I
need
swear to
Oliver's
God.
audacity right now at this minute. But yeah, Bellona's Bellona's priority is Feign, so she will go back to Feign. So actually, before Thomas like reaches Feign, she's just gonna use her like the hem of her dress to like wipe his hand clean of blood first. But like,
Actually,
just be like,
He's
Thomas, wait a minute. Ah, right. Be
Thank
like,
you.
in that case, be like, Thomas, do you mind? And then just like reaches out with her hand that's also slightly bloodied.
Okay, that thing is so wet. You're basically wiping
More
old blood
blood.
on new blood.
More blood on blood.
You're spreading around the mess.
They're trying. They tried, okay? They tried. And then they're gonna go check on Feign.
You could always just lick it.
Sandy's
I
gonna
don't want to
fucking kill
lick
us.
vampire blood. Ew.
Yeah, no, that has
Don't know where that's
consequences.
been exactly.
Sandy's going to fucking kill us.
Sandy's gonna hose you down in the yard. That's what Sandy's gonna do.
I say perhaps we sneak into the manor before she notices. Like, I like how these two vampires are terrified of Sandy. Like, let's not piss off Sandy. Like,
For anyone who's just joined us, Sandy Fabulous is the drag queen that runs Thomas's life as his accountant and personal assistant.
hey, don't bite the hand that like dresses your
Dresses
friend.
you.
Don't buy the hand that dresses you.
Okay. So no one looks in the bag?
Nope.
Okay.
I'll look in the bag.
Bellona does not.
Thank you.
Bellona's
GM.
gonna pat Feign.
GM was very excited for this. You open the bag and you notice a bit of cloth inside.
God damn, again?
The
And that's
last one-
exactly what he yells.
How do you two react to a goddamn again?
There is a very loud, just groan from Feign as fucking thing upon thing upon thing has been piling up. And he, like, takes a second just.
I like how we've elevated from sighs to massive groans. Oh no!
It's just what you hear from
Oh,
Feign,
no.
like, into his hands as he sits there. And he, like, stretches up and, like, cracks his back, just like, ah. Ow.
I don't know if you've heard that TikTok audio where it's just like, sorrows.
Prayers.
Prayers. That's Bellona right now. Like, you're having feelings. I'm aware of this. I'm not sure. Just patting his back. Just.
Feign, like, slowly looks over at Thomas and just. What is it?
Oh no! Oh no, Feign!
Oh no, 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 no.
Oh no, 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 no.
No, no, no. No, 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 no.
No. That is the no-no square of this campaign. Is that fabric?
the chorus of no's that rung out across the heavens, though, between all of us.
Bellona's out of the loop. She doesn't know the meaning of this thing, so...
If you ever make a trailer for this channel, you have to start off with that. Oh no! Oh no!
No,
Oh
no,
no!
no,
No!
no,
No! 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 No!
no.
You are all various. You are all various oh no's, and then Feign is just that cat that's in the back, just no.
So, how does Thomas respond to Feign?
The same thing as last time, Pinky. Something to take over the world. It's a piece of the same tapestry. I'm assuming it's old-ass fabric.
It is a piece of tapestry fabric, and whereas the last one was the size of a piece of pizza, this one is about the size of an A4 piece of paper. Thomas, roll me a perception check, and whoever's looking directly at it can roll for me as well.
Okay.
Is it anything in addition to perception or just perception?
It would be perception, and you could roll alertness and awareness. The two of them, it's alertness.
Okay.
Alert.
Okay, 3.
Minus alertness, I have no awareness.
No alertness.
That is 3. One of them was a 10.
Okay. And for your awareness?
That was awareness.
Oh, then you can, if you want, you can also do an alertness.
Oh, okay, cool.
For your awareness, there was nothing. You didn't feel anything supernatural until Thomas pulled that fabric out of the bag. Suddenly, as soon as he touched it and pulled it out, it's like the entire corridor started vibrating with the sonic resonance in your head. Insanely powerful resonance. It's not painful, it's just imposing. It's the equivalent I can give it to it is, imagine holding your breath to the point you can't hold it anymore. That pressure you get in your lungs, that is what you are feeling on a spiritual or a supernatural level.
Can you put it away, please?
Puts it back in the bag.
Before you put it back in the bag, I need to know your alertnesses. Before you put it back. 3, 7. Oh, hell.
Well, so, no. One of them was a 1. My failure was a 1, so that takes down to 6.
Yeah. Jack?
It's 7. It's a 9. Which is 1 9.
Oh, you rolled 1 9, so
Yeah,
it's 1
1 9.
success.
Yeah.
I thought you rolled 9 successes.
No, man.
So, Jack, what you notice is that when Thomas pulled it out of the bag, he pulled it out with the hand that still had traces of blood on it that he didn't manage to wipe off.
Oh no.
That blood is being absorbed into that tapestry, and his hand is left clean. What the two of you notice with your heightened successes is that that tapestry suddenly gets an image, and it seems to shift and change, and it's an image that moves almost like not a movie, but it's like somebody is placing a new tapestry in your hands every few seconds as the threads start to move like an animation. Vex, with your 6, you are seeing the story of a very bad man who used to hurt people and rob them become buried into the dirt. As he was buried into the dirt, he fought his way out after someone bit him and fed him blood. Marching on the streets, ripping apart families, breaking into houses, setting fires, enjoying every second of it, coming to this house, coming down into this basement. And you see the story of the man ending when an arm digs into his gut, and now that man is lying still alive, but in torpor. You see the story of this vampire playing out on this piece of tapestry.
Fucking
Put it away. I don't want to look at it anymore. Ugh. That is... What? I'm assuming Thomas will put it away, like, at request. After it's gone. Why did Feign have to roll high for that? I feel bad.
There is one other thing you saw, though. That story playing out was mostly in the corner where Thomas was touching. And it was very small. It wasn't very graphic. It looked like little medieval figurines. On the background, though, as this was playing out, you saw the Lincoln Memorial for a second. You saw the Washington Memorial. And you saw the White House from the back.
I think I just watched his life just go by in tapestry form.
What do you mean?
I really don't know how to be any more specific than that. That is literally what just happened. I saw so much up until this point. I saw him die. I saw him become a vampire. I saw the slaughter. I saw what led to this point. I saw, sadly, what ended up happening to him to get him to this state.
Can Bellona just sort of like gather Feign into her arms and just like, don't think on it. Try. I know.
Not thinking is my specialty, but I see things and I can't let them go. That is also my specialty. And then, God, the feeling I got from it. I was suffocating. It wasn't painful, thankfully, but it wasn't comfortable either. And I saw various buildings in the background as I was watching this poor man's life go by. I hated that.
Sort of very much in the same tone of sorrows. Spurs. Just patting the back of Feign's head, looking at Thomas like, you're the one that's good at this. Like, help here now, Thomas.
He'll slink the bag over his shoulder and pick Feign up, put him on his shoulders. It's okay. We'll get you an appointment with Jeffrey so you can get that out. It's something Thomas is intimately familiar with.
You hear footsteps behind you.
Oh God!
I'm whipping around, gun in hand. I am done.
Emerging from around the corner is nothing, but after a second, you see out of thin air a flourish of a cape appears, folds back, and I have found guests. Welcome to Castle Adams. Welcome, my friends. How are you? I welcome you into my home.
Can Bellona just say something?
I
believe we have something of yours.
You caught him. Excellent. There's another one missing somewhere. I got his legs, but I do not know where he is. I must find the finger.
Got him too.
That's a pile of ash now.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. You have done me a great service. These cats broke into my home. Me, the Count, they challenged me. It is terrible. Yes.
Your primogen is looking for you.
You missed the prince's coronation.
It could not be avoided. They took something very important that I had. As you point, he follows the look of your finger, looks at Thomas.
This?
I did not lose a bag.
I believe
He's just going to throw it to him.
I believe what is inside the bag might be yours.
Handful! And he catches it and he holds it delicately. This is
not like us just like tossing it at
all the blood that was on Thomas's hand when he took it out the first time is gone. It does not seem to resonate this time. It does not make any noise this time. And you don't see anything but a blank piece of tapestry. This is very important. You must not speak out to anyone of what you have seen. He tucks it into a fold of his cloak.
Does that include the prince and the other primogens?
Absolutely. No one must know this is here. It is vitally important for the safety of all our night kind, those who walk the shadows, those who ride upon the winds of night, those who run with beasts within the woods as the moonlight streams down upon us and we bathe ourselves in decadent revelry of darkness.
Fane's just gonna start crying.
Oh no.
Like, they've laid eyes on him. All of that was just to prove that this man was still alive and he was fine. And Fane is just silent tears.
Oh, Fane.
She has this, what?
He'll,
Are you
Thomas will
alright?
pick you up. He'll pick you up off of his shoulders and
Bellona's just dead ass, like, staring at Dorian in the eyes, going, "It's been a very long night."
Ah, this is true. We should leave soon. Just let me. And he literally walks over to the vampire that's there, stomps on his head, and the guy dusts. There we go. Now, secrets must remain secret for the good of all dark kind. Please, join me this way. And he goes trotting off down the corridor.
Bellona's just gonna, like, as they walk past, if they walk past the pile of dust, she's gonna put herself between Thomas and Fane, so Fane doesn't have to see that. Just like, maybe
Thomas
notice.
is now holding Fane like this, so depending on how Fane is, they might not see it anyway.
Just in case, Bellona, like, knows Fane is... Yeah, let's not. He's a little stressed right now. Let's not add to whatever his sorrows. Prayers.
You have to, when you're next in Bellona cosplay, you have to use that TikTok audio. Please.
And it's just Fane crying in the
I just want.
If we ever meet up and we cosplay the two, that's just all it is.
But he leads you out. With him leading you, you get out fairly quickly. Like, you are out fairly soon. And when you get to the top, for a split second, Igor was standing straight. Here's the door. He's like, Martin, you're back. I've kept the house for you. And he's like, Igor. Oh, thank you. You have seen to everything. Look, we have guests. Really, Master? That's so nice to see. I'll get some blood. And he starts hobbling off. And not Dracula. Dorian is like, you must forgive me. I've been down there for days hunting those vermin in the shadows. I have to feed. I am almost out of blood. I can feel myself fairly drained.
I just want you to know that I have 5 blood points.
And
Thomas is hangry.
Fane, from like where his voice is muffled in Thomas's shoulders, it just, we know how long you've been down there. Believe us, it's the only reason we're here.
That was very kind of you to come and check on me, but I am all right. Castle Adams will never fall to the outsiders. They may come with pitchforks, they may come with torches, but us, we who rule the night, will survive all things. And he like shoots with his cape, and he's like, "My brides, come to me." And like the
I just want to I'm still bleeding because this is too aggro, just so you know. So, like, right after he says we'll survive, a little blood spurts out on him.
Ego like comes up, looks at the floor, looks up at you, looks at the floor, looks up at you. He's like, would you like me to get you a bandage, sir?
Yes, please. I didn't bring my bag with me.
One moment, I'll get the first aid kit.
1 moment, Igor.
Yes,
Do you by any
ma'am.
chance have a... And she's trying to remember what it's called. Looks at Thomas and goes, a juice box?
Capri Sun.
A Capri Sun.
A blood bag, a snack pack.
The thing.
Wait, a blood bag, sir?
If you have it, if not, a mug is fine. I'm very hungry.
I'm afraid the sir only feeds off the brides, but I'm sure you can feed off another one. And he's like, yes, for our guests. My brides, come to me. And all three of them like waft out, look over the railing and go, Master. And they all go fluttering down the stairs and lean on him and like, you're back at last. He's like, my darlings, please help my guests. And you, and he picks a random one, and he's just like, wait, let's see. He picks the redhead, and he's just like, come, my darling, we must grow closer. And they waft into the room with the loungers, and he sits with her and starts feeding from her wrist. The other two, like, float over to you, and they're like, how may we serve?
Fane's gonna hop down so that Thomas can do whatever Thomas is gonna do. And is just gonna go sit in a corner. Just watching.
Bellona's gonna look at the... Was it the brunette that was studying chemistry?
Yep.
Pat her on the shoulder and goes, good luck on the test. And then go sit with Feign.
The other
Thomas
two
is actually going to approach the brunette.
Okay.
Oh. Thomas likes brunettes.
If you don't mind. Normally I don't feed like this, but
She like bares her neck and her wrist for you. And there
no
is
feed from her wrist.
there-
That's
there is-
too intimate for Thomas. Feign is the only one allowed to touch Thomas.
So she leads you to the lounger and she holds out her wrist for you to feed from her wrist. The heaving bosom. And you obviously can regain. You can take up to 3 points safely without harming her.
As Fein watches, Fein like speaks to Bellona, just like, this I don't understand.
Which part?
Is he like just hovering behind him on the sofa or something?
He apparated next to you. You're not sure when he got next to you, okay? Ego does not make sound when he moves. Ego is stealthy. Servants appear when required.
It's amazing.
It's all the happening.
I think that in the movies they always heave the bosoms just before the bite. It makes him feel better.
Bellona's just gonna like shake her head and be like,
It's all right. We have a rotating blood herd. These girls are only here for the week. Then they'll come next month again.
bloodletting once a month. What does that feel like? She just...
Been with the master for decades. I handle it for him.
Ours is not to judge the lifestyles of others as long as it's not hurting other people, I suppose.
And
Look at Bellona.
oh, and then
I want to go. Yeah.
When Thomas is done feeding and he looks up, Igor has like teleported next to you with the first aid kit.
Stop spilling blood on my clean floors. That's all I'm getting from this interaction.
Pretty much. After you take the
You
first aid
have-
kit, he does get him up and is like, sticky, 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 sticky.
It's just like,
Gets a squeegee mop.
Oh my gosh.
Thomas is just, he's taken off his layer. He is now naked from the waist up and like bandaging himself. I need a bag for those.
Of course. And he goes and he brings you a bag. It's like a cloth bag.
He'll put the vest and the shirt and the tie and the neckerchief and the hanky, all of his like accoutrement, and then he'll just like put the coat on and zip it up.
Igor, we cannot leave our guest like this, so uncomfortable. He's like, yes, master. And he literally hobbles off to a room, comes back, and he hands you this button shirt with fluffy sleeves and the high collar, pearl buttons. It is beautiful. Vex, you
Thank
can
you.
spot this is not modern sewing.
Ooh.
Thank you. He'll put it on. He's dressed in like right now. Essentially, he'll look like Prince, but you know, he went to some of those concerts. He's down with it.
Oh my god.
Please, my home is your home as long as you need it. I don't want it.
I think I need to take the little one home.
I do believe we might have
of course.
overstayed
He's
our.
had a rough day.
It's been a very long night. We'll just ignore the fact that night has just started, but it's been a very long night.
No, you guys were walking down there for a while. It's about 2-3 in the morning.
All right. Definitely. Way too long a night.
Of course, master. He's like, you are welcome back anytime at Castle Adams. I honor you as my guests and my friends.
We made friends with the Addams family.
So Thomas will actually get in his coat, bloody, and pull out a bloody business card
Oh my gosh.
and hand it to him.
Oh,
If
thank
you need
you.
anything.
This will come in handy if I need to contact you. But remember, silence. No one must know. Not even the prince.
I know not what you speak of.
Excellent. And
No.
Igor comes out. I'll take care of them, master. And he's like, yes, I need to bathe. Excuse me. And he wafts up the stairs. And the girls all don't go following. They stay downstairs. They're just chilling and carrying on. The chemistry book comes back out and she carries on studying. She's looking a little bit hazy, but not too bad. The blonde is just like, cool. The redhead looks a little bit more drained, but she still doesn't look like she's upset. And Eagle's like, watches him go up, watches him go up. Do you guys need me to organize a car for you?
Yes, please.
Igor so much.
And Igor puts in a call and a car rocks up to take you home. It is the same one as earlier, the same hooded figure is there. As you walk out, he's leaning against the car. You still don't see the top half of his face. He just gives you a slight, head nod, and then gets in the car and the doors unlock.
I want to know what happens when he looks over and he sees just a hand peeking out of this little tote bag.
His head tilts for a second, and then he gets in the car.
If possible,
Mm-hmm.
Bellona's just gonna look at Igor, nod, and be like, if it's not too much of a hassle, do be so kind as to remind Dorian that he needs to get in touch with his primogen. It's a little bit of a hassle to have to come out here.
Oh, he already knows. Have a good evening. And he seems to be laughing. As you said that, he seemed to be amused and laughing at something as he closed the door.
Great. Love that. Love being laughed at. We basically got sent on to see if this person's child was okay.
Not his child.
I mean, not his child. Well, one of his.
One of his clan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't seem like he was laughing at you. It's more, it seemed like you said that and there was something he knew that you didn't know that he found funny about that statement.
Great.
Awesome.
So you guys hop in the car. The guy is again at the wheel. Looks at you and he's just like... And then as soon as you say home, he starts the car and starts heading off.
I swear to fuck, if the driver's the primogen, I'm gonna throw this entire campaign into the sky and blow it up.
Wait to get
You
home.
look so exasperated.
Just gotta wait to get home.
He just wants to go home.
Fane's gargling as per usual,
Oh,
but it's
no.
like it's a tired gargoyle. If a gargoyle could be tired.
He's locked in place, but it doesn't seem as energetic. It's a lethargic gargoyle.
There's no energetic anxiety to it. It's a tired anxiety.
When you get back, I'm presuming Thomas does want to go and change his shirt or something.
Yeah, he's definitely going to keep the shirt.
Okay, fantastic.
But yeah, he's definitely getting into comfortable clothes. Like, he's back in a t-shirt and jeans.
The webcam is gone from your computer, and there is an envelope.
Is there anything on the screen?
Nothing on the screen.
Pick up the envelope. Let's see what goodies they left me this time.
It is a thank you card and a typed and printed coupon for 1 free piece of information. And there's an email address.
No, put that in my wallet. Awesome.
If you check the cameras, there's no sign of anyone on any of the cameras ever coming into the house.
Love that.
Well, I do have an entrance specifically. So.
Do you have a camera in
Maybe.
your bedroom?
Yes.
There is a
Thomas
point-
went full-blown paranoid after the first session. He was like, fucking, no, we're not doing this anymore.
There is a point where the camera sort of went staticky, and for a second, the hooded figure from the car is there in your room, pulls the envelope out of his hoodie pocket, puts it on the keyboard, takes the camera, and another staticky shake and he's gone.
Great. So after all of that, they can still just appear in your bedroom. Yay.
Obfuscate is a powerful tool, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Fane's gonna get out of the car. Just head into the house. Stand in the doorway for a second, honestly just contemplating life. Like, it's this moment of, how did I get here? How in 2 years did I end up in this particular instance? What happened? And like, to anyone looking at him, it's just no thoughts. He's just stood entirely blank in this doorway.
When you run into the house, when you get into the house, you hear a noise and that wheelchair comes around the corner and, what's his name?
Emmerich.
Thank you. Emmerich is in the chair, eyes wide, like, "Are you all right? Are you all right?"
A bit of a loaded question.
At your deep sigh, he looks at you and he literally puts his hands under your armpits. He puts you on his lap in the wheelchair and he starts wheeling you to run you a bath. And with one hand, he's typing messages because Silas must be recalled. Finn must be calmed down. Hopefully, no one's told Bjorn. The pack needs to be recalled.
Yeah, I was about to say, Feign already told Bjorn.
After a minute, your phone rings. It's Feign. And he's just like, "What do you mean you were going into a basement? Are you okay? What happened?"
We can discuss the trauma later. I'm gonna bathe first.
All right, call me when you're able.
I'm tired of basements.
Should I book the spa?
That'd be great. Actually. And once they're like off the phone, Feign will like look down at his phone. And it's like, I should message Bjorn.
Emmerich makes me like the biggest bubble bath, oils, relaxing music, candles.
This pampered
He's
little...
just like, "My child is unhappy. I need to fix this."
This pampered little thing. Like, if anyone was... Sorry, my phone just started updating of its own accord. Yeah, for anyone in chat, Feign is a pampered little thing. But I like to think it's just because he's nice to people. Anyway, Feign will message Bjorn. Didn't die. Listen, it's a good change. We'll get into that later, I'm sure. Feign will message Bjorn. Didn't die. More information. Contemplates. I can't send inflection via text. Backspaces on the help they were about to send, and then replaces it with "see you soon," and then sends it.
So there's no response right now. There will be a response later of basically, "What the fuck do you mean didn't die? What happened?" And I want to see you at the club tomorrow night. I want to know what's going on. Bellona also has an email waiting for when she gets back to her room.
I don't have a computer.
Oh, you don't have a computer. It would be then you do have a phone. It would be a text message.
It would be a flip
You
phone,
look
yeah.
so offended. I'm sorry.
Not
That was
you.
a brilliant expression.
It is
Computer.
it is an international number, and there is a message. "I need to talk to you." The area code is for Greece.
She takes the phone, looks at it. She writes one word, sends it, closes it, heads to her room, and leaves a note, just a little letter outside, to not be bothered. To just leave her alone. And locks the door.
Dun, dun, dun! And I think that's where we're going to call it for the night, guys.
Oliver's gonna come back next session.
We love you, Oliver.
And it's just gonna be, what happened to you guys?
I wasn't supposed to traumatize y'all this way. I was planning light and fun and silly.
It was brilliant, though.
I what the hell, guys?
Don't worry, I'm gonna message you about where you were.
I do want to say that Bellona, before she like disappears, she literally waited to make sure Thomas was okay, Feign was being taken care of before she disappeared. So she left to only take care of herself afterwards, after everyone was like checklisted.
Gotcha.
I go away for 1 day. We love you guys.
It shut itself completely off.
That's why.
So the poltergeist is now in your real house.
It's haunted.
It's haunted.
And it's not turning on. It's like it's dead.
No, that's
Oh.
not good.
I'll deal with that
Okay.
later.
Um,
It's probably fine.
Nicole, I did message you what she texted.
I saw. Word. We will deal with that separately.
Yep.
That's
She-
a blue booking conversation, I'm guessing.
Nope. She is not dealing with that right now this minute. Nope.
I
But I
will
hope you
say,
guys had fun.
the
yeah?
final thing,
Oh, it's so much fun.
that was so much fun. The final thing is, Thomas, you would likely get a knock on your door at some point. My phone has just decided to turn itself back on. You would get a
Haunted.
knock on your door
Hey guys.
at some point, and it would probably be, either Emmerich or Silas asking for the number for the therapist.
Oh,
He's
babe.
I should say he has spare business cards for Jeffrey because Thomas and Philip acknowledge that every fucking kindred in this city needs therapy.
How do you choose a
Like,
vampire? Well, who needs therapy?
There is someone who needs therapy but refuses to fucking go.
She could always go work at a soup kitchen. That'll help get her humanity back.
Bellona at a soup kitchen.
Be
She
a
can
fancy
arrange a
soup
charity
kitchen.
function.
That seems slightly more likely than a soup kitchen.
Not like we don't do fundraisers here already.
As long as it's something that gets you back in touch with being
Is
human,
that-
even
is that-
spending time around humans.
Is that one way of telling me that I'm a charity case, Thomas? Is that what
No,
you
that's just something that I've had written in. Like, he doesn't just do fundraisers for the corrupt cop he has under his thumb. He does actual fundraisers. Thomas is on all fronts, except for what y'all saw tonight, a good person.
With a humanity of 5.
He's done some things.
He's done. I mean, so
He was a soldier. What do you what do you want from me? I
Bellona's-
played it accurately.
Yeah, Bellona's also done shit, but I really wouldn't say that she is a good person. Definitely when compared to Thomas.
I had a blast. I thought that was such a fun session.
So
we
fun.
should probably like do the thingy out of the stream.
Right.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
I can feel us like sliding into decompress time. Guys, thank
We
you so much
love-
for being here. We are, I think, one more session before. Yes, we have one more Saturday before we take a day off on the 23rd, because both me and Vex will actually be at conventions. Being cool, epic people who have places to go and people to see. I'm joking. I'll miss you guys so bad on that Saturday. But next week we'll have Dice back, hopefully. Next week after that there was a break, and then back to regular schedules as long as ESCOM doesn't try to fuck us over again. Quick roll out who you are, where people can find you, who you played, or in your case, the storyteller. Nicole, do you want to start?
Hi. I'm Nicole. I tell the story.
Make up
That's me.
people.
You're
I
amazing.
stalk people.
You wrangled the chaotic cats that are this party.
I heard the cats.
You heard the cats.
Sometimes I get lost with the cats.
It's a great time.
Next one.
Vex.
Vex, you see their pronouns. You can find me, Vex Somniari, everywhere. I'll do my actual stream announcements at the beginning of next session.
Oh my gosh.
I play Amorette Feign, a gender fluid tiny creature who possesses more humanity than anyone else in this group, I have found out today, and suffers for it.
Oh, baby.
They are sadly the most human and the most perceptive, which does not work in their favor. That's it.
Oh lordy.
Blaine?
Thomas.
I'm Blaine. I play Thomas O'Malley, the very
That's my
overprotective dad, as you've seen.
O'Malley the alley cat. Sorry.
Oh, that's honestly all I ever think about when I hear that name.
Same.
You can find me on pretty much every platform under Gaming Blaine. I don't have anything else coming up. I just kind of hang out and people's comments and gas them up. That's me.
You're fantastic. We love you. Deal with it. I am MiesterHypester. I'm Jack, MiesterHypester on all social media. I play Bellona, who is such a calm, gentle, loving woman.
Bitch.
And yeah, can't wait to see you next week. In the meantime, we are going to go raid D&D Denial. They're a group of really fun peeps. And please give them all the support. You guys are fantastic. Love you. See you soon. Bye.